All right, we should be live. Good Lord, why do I have such an echo in my head? That ain't good. That's going to have to get addressed now. Let me see. There we go. Just in case, I'm going to shut down the speakers to the old system. Let's get rid of denoise. Hopefully I'm coming through loud and clear. Let me see. Yep, all right, there we go. Dear Lord. Hope everybody had a good holiday and a good after holiday. God, all right. Let's see what we're working on tonight. We'll be working on this bad boy. The Krampus. I swear my brain is barely working this week. Like it works, half the time as it is. So, not good. Let's see, can I darken it up? There we go. Get that a little lighter. Should be able to see a lot more detail on them. Let me see. Leave that exposure the way it is. Autofocus, see if we can pick it up. It can't because it sucks. Probably should have gotten a brand new camera on Black Friday. That looks good. What's going on out there, everybody? Another day, another thing to paint. And this one is a makeup for Christmas because I gave my wife one of the models I painted, well, one of the 3D prints I painted early, the, not Karopi, what the hell's the name of the damn thing? Tuxedo Sam. So Tuxedo Sam was done already and given away. She was having a pretty shitty day, and I figured it'd just brighten it up, and it did. So that was cool. But now I got to replace that one, and Krampus is definitely it. Perfect thing for this time of year. And it's been kind of crazy. What is going on with my? Let's see. There we go. All right, cool. Had to press the little button. For some reason, my YouTube Studio wasn't kicking the stream right. Oh, definitely one of those days where I'm moving, moving kind of slow. I'm moving like a, I don't even know. I can't even come up with a good analogy. That's bad. But anyway, I'll wait till I got more people watching the stream. If not, then I'll just start talking shit like I normally do. And I'm just looking at how I've got to paint this guy. Okay, so we're going to have the rope. That's going to be 3 different color. I got the internal robe, but then got the external robe too. You have the creepy ass face with the beard. Beard's got to be a gray. Horns will be, well, a horn color. Gonna light up the lantern. Make his hands creepy as shit. Probably keep the claws to a black, maybe a little gray mixed in. That little kid's hand. He's gonna have to get the color treatment. But yeah, once more people get in here, we can bullshit. I mean, maybe give you some of my thoughts on like the whole pardon thing, and I definitely got a whole fucking saga slash debacle about fucking. I decided I wanted a Nintendo Switch, and we'll get into it from there. When, like I said, more people are watching or what have you. I know there's no one really watching right now, but I don't feel like repeating myself 18 times either. Um, yeah, fucking. Then you got the good old hitter quitter in New York. That I've got some thoughts on that. I've definitely got a mixed bag of feelings on whether that was professionally done or bullshit or what. I mean, definitely be interesting. But while I'm waiting for people to pile in, I don't have to keep running my fucking gums. So we'll start off with what is this? Well, Cardinal Red. And let's just get a baseline going. Mm-mm-mm. Definitely let that brush get stiff. Give me something to look at real quick. So I got some kind of reference. And granted, this is a different one, the one I'm painting, but pretty close, I'd say. No lantern in his hand, and he's definitely like they definitely went with a grungier look to him. I'm thinking more of a Santa Claus look, or a little bit brighter and jolly. Let's see. Let's start off with this color red. See where we go from there. Use this as like the base. And having learned from the Yeti, I am going to try and not oversaturate the paint right off the rip on this thing. Keep it kind of thin. And just see how the paint's laying before I go slap dashing it. I really fucked that Yeti up. Hopefully, anybody who is watching this, you guys had a good day. Good Thanksgiving. Everybody had to adjust their belts and had a good time with family, friends. Even if you're alone, hopefully you got yourself a little turkey sandwich or like a cold cut from the market or something. Everybody should eat turkey on Turkey Day. I had to text my one daughter in tradition with something me and my buddy Guido used to do with each other. So I wished her happy Thanksgiving, and the text actually read "Happy Thanksgiving, fucko." And we used to call each other fucko, and I couldn't remember where it was from. I had to look it up because I was like, I did. It's down to 3 or 4 movies, and then I realized we got uh, we got the term fucko from Goodfellas. So there's a scene in Goodfellas where Henry Hill he gets a call from what's going to be his wife in the future, Karen, and she like calls him because she went out with this guy who was across the street, lives across the street from her, drives like I want to say it's like a Corvette, and he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, Karen, slow down. What's wrong?" What's going on? And then he hangs up. He's like, don't you move. I'll be right there. And he shows up, and she's like, he got grabby with me. I didn't like it. I told him to stop. He got angry. And then he like, I don't know if he hit her or what, but she had called Henry Hill immediately after. And Henry Hill takes her to the house and all that. Gets out of the car, starts walking across the street because he's out there with two of his damn buddies. And as Henry Hill is walking up, the guy's standing there all tough and everything, and he goes, "What do you want, fucko? You want some?" And then Henry Hill beats the shit out of him with the butt of a gun he had. Ends up like, he's like, "You ever touch her again, you're dead. You're dead." And then he goes walking back, hands her the gun, and tells her to hide it. And she goes, most girls, if they ever, like guy ever handed them a gun, that would be their first instinct would be to just run, like get out of there now. And she's like, but I'm not gonna lie, it turned me on or something like that. And like, but the whole thing, what do you want, fucko? You want some? Like, who calls somebody fucko when we first saw it? So it just kind of stuck. And every Thanksgiving, every Christmas, it would be Merry Christmas, fucko. One of us would text it to the other. And I figured I'd continue the tradition on with one of my children. And she laughed. Like when she read it, she laughed. She wasn't like insulted, like, "Oh God, why would you say that to me, you bastard," and everything else. She thought it was hysterical, and then waited for the backstory on it, which is, like I said, there's ways I can tell she's my daughter, and that's one of them. She always waits for the backstory on it, because I don't usually say or do things with just to do them. Well, sometimes I do, but not when it comes to stuff like that. Usually there's a pretty funny backstory to it. So this cardinal red, it's kind of pinkish, I think, when it dries. Let me see. I mean, it's definitely a muted red, and that's cool. It's kind of the look I'm going for. Um, I can see where, with this new printer, and I can probably get close, hopefully it doesn't lose too much definition. You can see the line. So right there on the robe is where it's going to transition to white. I'm always impressed when it prints out and it gets such crisp lines that you can actually see the whites of it. I definitely want to leave a little bit of this black break in the back of it, in the back of his gear. Loaded up too much paint. It's not a race. Whether it looks sexy and slapdash. So far, it's all right. Not coming up with too many oopsies. Hey, what's up, Devin? How are you? Good to see you. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. It's cool if you got to drop by later. I'm sure you got work to do or family stuff. Appreciate you just dropping in and saying hi. Very cool. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. Definitely the time of year for bullshit to be going on. I figured it'll be a quiet one tonight. I'll be honest with you. God damn. Oh, God damn it. I'll definitely look forward to hearing all about it, though. I'm sure it's probably an interesting story. I mean, like I said, well, I got a whole saga that I'll get into probably here in a little bit. Even if nobody's watching, I'll get into it just so there's a running record of it, and it'll be funny to, even if it's just me talking to myself. I'm definitely going to hit this with a brighter red too, I think. I like the muted on it, but I'm thinking the brighter red will make him look confusing. And that's kind of the thing I want. Um, Other good news. I think my buddy who was in the motorcycle accident fucked his neck up and everything. Apparently, he's getting out of the hospital today. And I guess I'll hear in a little bit from my buddy Shadow. He'll get a hold of me and let me know. Because he was super excited. That's his like ride or die best friend. Like we're all brothers or whatever. But yeah, those guys like they're inseparable. Like frickin' frack. Like he's been a wreck the entire time. He doesn't. Shadow is a genius when it comes to like computer programming. When it comes to medical stuff, much like myself, he's kind of a retard. And I will tell you what, definitely easier to paint this with it all blown up the way it is. If I was painting this like super many, like it originally printed, or like the first couple prints that I tried doing that had failed on my old printer, this would have been difficult as shit. A lot more room to maneuver and use the use an actual bigger brush and really get in there, and it's going to look cool because I'll be able to pop some of those details a lot more than I would have been able to. Yeah, it's crazy. I started watching a little bit of politics again. Not much, just a little. Um, just because I am still I'm kind of over it at this point. Just too much bullshit. But what I am thinking is funny is that like yesterday I dropped in the old uh, the old channel I used to watch all the time, which was ABL, and I dropped in before the stream even started just to say hello to Sheree. She's always stuck there. So I figured I could at least drop in and say, "Hey, what's up?" Tell her to have a good stream, all that fun shit. I'm thinking, I don't be careful in here. Damn it, my handshake. Definitely that time of year too. My handshake's gonna get worse because the cold outside. Even though it's not that cold today. Thank God it wasn't yesterday because my hand would have been jacked. Um, but I'm thinking like, so I may stay to the darker red on the back shell and like this cloak going over and go to a brighter red on the interior shell because definitely, and I couldn't see this before in the modeling, but you can see where it's definitely two separate robes. So I think I will go and do it that way. I'll still get the base on there, and then maybe I'll just reinforce the base on the main cloak, so it looks like dirtier, grungier. And then we'll go to the interior cloak, because all in here in the belly and stuff, that definitely looks more like an interior cloak to me. It should come out pretty damn cool. Shouldn't take long to paint him either. Well, I'm not going to say that, because every time I say, oh, this will take like 5 minutes, yeah, 6 days later. And since I got a dental appointment in the morning, I'm definitely not trying to be on here till like 3. I do think it's cool. I definitely started looking at some of the other resin channels too, like just getting an idea what they do. And I see professional painters, which I'm always like in awe of, because I paint semi okay, but they're like fantastic, some of these motherfuckers. Some of them are just out and out, just amazing, like amaze balls. Like really have a big appreciation for um, some of like their color schemes, everything else, and then on top of it, I always get a kick out of actually watching the guys who do the 3D modeling, because that shit is nerve wracking. You watch somebody sit there and work on something for like 5 hours, and they're just like, well, that's one part of this thing done. I'll do another stream tomorrow, and you're like, oh, I can't watch too much of this. It's the whole reason why I didn't become a computer programmer. I just didn't have the patience for it, so to speak. I've been, I don't know. All I've been doing really is just watching anime and actually playing a lot of games. Call of Duty, the maps that they've been putting out for the zombies mode have been unbelievable. Been able to run the one Easter egg. They now have a mode, basically like it's the Easter egg for dummies. I'll call it like the zombies Easter egg for dummies. And that mode is called directed mode. It locks the rounds in, everything else, tells you exactly what you got to go do for the Easter egg, the whole 9 yards. I actually use that as a way to grind out all the camos for my guns and stuff like this. But the one mode, I was actually able to run the Easter egg by myself in director mode or directed mode, and then go and do it like in just standard mode. Like I was actually able to pull off the Easter egg, and I was like, damn. But the other Easter egg, I've had the damn main boss down to like one little tiny sliver of health and gotten killed. Like just sucks ass every time. And I tried to set up for the run earlier, and something happened, and my online disconnected. Oh, shit, I didn't mean to paint that. Well, that's a happy accident. My online disconnected right in the middle of the round. I got it back up and going, and next thing I came back in and I was dead. I was just wiped. I was like, son of a bitch. So now I got to set up again for it. And then on top of that, they just dropped a new map with no directed mode yet. I'm sure the directed mode's coming soon, because people have already figured out the main Easter egg, gotten the quest done, the whole 9 yards. So usually that's once the Easter egg is well known and there's guides for it and everything, is where they're putting this directed mode in, it seems. So I'll expect a directed mode probably next week, maybe next couple days if I'm lucky. But I'm going to say earliest is probably going to be next week. and it's a lot of fun. You actually have to get elemental swords and like all this kind of craziness. But it's definitely especially getting all the headshots for the camos and stuff like this. That shit was a grind. So I'm working on that. Um, I suspended my subscription. I had like started playing Warcraft again, classic. I ended up suspending my subscription to it because I was so fucking bored. Like it was just like, why am I paying for something that's boring me? There's other good shit out there to play. Why waste my damn time? Waste of time and money. And then I had said it early on. Cheap brushes. The only problem is you lose hair like that out of them. I had said this at the beginning of the stream, and I'll probably get into the story if I get more people watching. If not, I'll get into it later. But I decided I wanted a Nintendo Switch, and there's a whole saga that went with that. But yeah, I've been playing the latest Zelda game, which is Tears of the Kingdom, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm blown away by how good the console is, how fun it is to play. It's not like heavy, like makes my brain hurt from all the reality going on in the video game. It's just like cartoony, goofy fun. Sometimes you need that brain break, I think. What's up, Sheree? Uh, hey, what's up, Stranded? Um, yeah, Sheree. Devin dropped in, let me know, like, oh shit, she's got a ton of stuff going on. She just wanted to drop in and say hello real quick. Yeah, this brush is definitely. I wonder it was like $5 for the whole friggin' pack of them. It's losing hair like I did when I turned 40. I mean, I got a full head of hair, but yeah, I definitely got like a 5 head instead of a 4 head now. But yeah, um, I guess I can tell the story of the damn Switch and the whole debacle. Black Friday hit. I was looking at deals and stuff, and I saw the Nintendo Switch on sale. It's like 350, or no, it's normally 350. It was like 274 or something like this. Some real low price at Target. And I'm like, they're probably sold out. So I told the wife about it. She's like, well, you want one? We can go get one. I'm like, okay, cool. Good money. Saturday hit. Shit, I'm painting off camera again. I hate when I do that. Saturday hit. So I didn't even go Black Friday. I went Saturday. And I go to Walmart. I go into the Walmart and I look and they have it for 350 and I'm like, yeah, I'm not paying 350. Like that's the everyday price. Like you're not giving me like any kind of deal on this damn thing. So then I pulled up walmart.com real quick while I'm in the store and I look and it's $2.99. I'm like, well, wait a minute. If I can't find it at Target, $2.99, what the hell? So I grabbed the salesperson and I'm talking to my wife. And this goes without saying. I have worked retail for a very long time, including running a GameStop and a Blockbuster, all this kind of stuff. Walgreens was my last job that I quit. And so I kind of get how retail works. So I tell my wife about it. She goes, maybe they can honor the price here and all that kind of stuff. I'm like, okay, cool. But, it's 274 at Target. I don't know that Target's going to have it, but just so we know, online says 299, in store is still 350. So I asked one of the associates, I grabbed this lady and I'm like, "Excuse me, ma'am." I was like, "I'm holding the app right here, which is this system right here. It says that it's 299 online, but it's 350. what's with the price discrepancy? And she goes, oh, and points at the app and it says, online prices may vary. I'm like, okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Like, cool. So now we head off to Target. Get to the Target parking lot. And this is a funny little side story that happened because I didn't even realize it happened. I paid attention to one part of this. So holiday shoppers in the parking lot, the whole 9 yards. You know, it's Saturday, it's day after Black Friday, so of course they're busy. Well, my wife's, sees this parking spot, and this dude tried to zoom in, and like, I guess he thought he was going to take the parking spot, but there was one like maybe two car lengths down. So he's like starts zooming in like he's going to take the parking spot. My wife's got the blinker on, everything else. She pulls into the parking spot. And she pulls in. I see out of the corner of my eye, dude get out of the car. He's got his kid in tow, right? And I'm gonna say he's like 6'3", white dude. The skinny jeans, and he's probably like mid-30s. But he got out and he kind of had this face to him, and I didn't think anything of it. I get out of the car and I'm still looking at my phone because I'm looking through the deals of different games and stuff that I might pick up for my Switch, for this Nintendo Switch. And I start walking, and like this dude's like, I swear it was like all of a sudden he was like in a foot race, and he's ahead of us. And my wife just sits there and like doubles over. She's laughing so hard. And I'm like, what the fuck? This guy looks back at us. I kind of made like that momentary eye contact with him, and then his eyes got big and he fucking floored, like, I mean, double timed it, grabbed this kid by the hand and lifted his little feet off the ground and runs into the fucking store with him. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And my wife's like, yeah, she's like, he must have felt some kind of way about me taking that spot, because when he got out of the car, he got out like, I'm going to give that driver a piece of my mind, and started walking towards the car. She goes, then you got out of the car. He saw you and then just started walking really, really fast, as fast as he could away from you with this look on his face. And I was like, what? And she's like, yeah. And then I started laughing, and, you saw what the result was. Like, all of a sudden he started sprinting. Like, I'm like, I didn't even know shit had happened, but she was beside herself in tears laughing. Like, just scared the ever loving shit out of this guy without even knowing it, right? Damn, there's a fragment there. I'm gonna have to see if I can't pull free. So, so this shit happens. We get into Target, no big shock. They're sold out of them. So I'm like, well, the online store online for Walmart had them $2.99. They still had two left in stock. I can actually have it shipped directly to that store. So my wife is like, "Yep, do that." And then she orders it right there in the parking lot, like bam. We get out in the Target parking lot. She's like, bam, orders the damn thing. And it's like, pick it up tomorrow at like noon or whatever. And I'm like, okay, cool. So we're driving back home, and we got to drive past that Walmart on the way home. And she's like, I got an email, this, that, and the other thing, the payment's clear and all this stuff. And she pulls into the Walmart. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? She's like, I'm going to go wait in the parking lot. I'm like, oh, they told you it's ready? She goes, no, the email just said it was clear. She goes, but I'm going to play the dumb mom and say that, like, I got an email and I'm here to pick it up. I'm like, that shit ain't going to work. She's like, I'm telling you, I got a feeling that they're just going to go out to the shelf, pull that damn thing and everything else. So she pulls into the spot. I'm telling her pretty much what an idiot I think she is for trying to pull this shit. I'm like, look, if you click on the fucking thing on the app, it shows you like it's going to ship tomorrow and all this kind of stuff and expect it by this time. So I'm sitting there berating her, and she's just rolling her eyes at me because she knows, like she's dealing with me and I'm an asshole. and I know retail and all this kind of stuff, and it's like, no, I'm telling you, I got this feeling. So we pull out of the fucking parking lot. We get about 2 miles up the road, and all of a sudden she gets a message: "Your order is ready now." And she's like, "Oh, really?" And like I had to hear it for the rest of the car trip about what kind of fucking fool I am and how her shit would be. And she was right. And I had to tell her, "You were right. I was wrong." Had to eat crow on it. So I've gotten a Nintendo Switch now, and it came with I want to say it was Mario Kart 8. I don't know, but I do the same thing I do with any kind of electronic equipment. I let it charge overnight, make sure there's no defects to it. That's exactly what it is, Justin. It's the Krampus. It's the evil Santa Claus. Bad little naughty children. He comes and takes them away with him and eats them. Yeah, I agree, Sheree. Right. That's what I thought with Walmart, but yeah, apparently not because they put a disclaimer now on their online that says, online prices, everything else. And but it was funny because so the next day my wife's like she's like, "I know you want games for your system. Where do you want to go?" So of course, being a former store manager, I'm like, "Yeah, we're that time of the year. Why don't we go do the buy two get one free on pre-owned games at GameStop?" Smartest fucking thing to do, right? Save myself a little money. This is where the story gets interesting. Really? So Super Smash Brothers is really good. I haven't gotten that. What I picked up was Pikmin 4, Hyrule Warriors, and Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, the GameStop deal. Yeah, right. So, well, that's just it. As a former store manager, training to be a fucking, I was basically the district manager in training at one point. I know the policies, I know the procedures, everything else. And the one GameStop that was near me, closest to me, actually has been shuttered because they've lost so much business, everything else. So we had to go to this other one that's down the street from a different Walmart. Oh yeah, dude, it's gonna shit. So we go to GameStop and I go in, I go back to the Nintendo Switch section. I'm looking through the different pre-owned games. I'm looking at the prices. I'm checking them online, just to see, you know, what we got going on. What's the best deal? Because Nintendo Shop, like on, I can digitally download them, get them cheaper. So I'm weighing out different stuff. They have no. I was originally going for Zelda Breath of the Wild. No Zelda Breath of the Wild, right? Used. Nothing really good pre owned. And I'm like, okay, the only thing they have is the Pikmin, like Pikmin 4 pre owned for 35 or something. It's like everything else, I'm like looking at it and I'm like, yo, I can get a lot of this shit online at like Amazon cheaper, brand new than they're trying to pawn this off to me pre owned. Yeah, I love the Tears of the Kingdom, by the way, Justin. Like I've been playing the ever loving hell out of it. Um, but anyway, so we're sitting there, and while we're in the store, there's this dude, and I pray because so the store manager that used to be there was this girl. She was really nice. She knew who I was. Like we had discussions. I actually met her district manager when he was in there with her one time. I helped them get reserves and subs one time. Like just really cool girl. And I say girl because she's like probably 22 or some shit. But her and her crew were really nice. Well, instead, what I found was this fat fucking slob. And when I say fat and obese, I mean this motherfucker was like, I, I think they call it, a gut and a see you next Tuesday. It's called a gunt. He had one of those, and he was literally sitting down in a chair like the whole time. The phone would ring, and it would be like ring, ring, and he'd be like, huh, and have to grab the phone, right? In the meantime, dude running the counter is obviously like a Christmas employee, like a trainee that has not been trained, like just didn't know his ass from a Cheerio. So he's got 1,001 questions, and every time, there's a question, oh, all right, let me handle it. Move. Like just being a total douche. One dude was there to get a PlayStation, like an older guy. They put him off to the side while I'm still looking through games. And I mean, I'm listening to everything going on and just kind of watching it because that's, I used to train store managers for that company. I know how this shit's supposed to work. And yeah, you guys are not running it right. So we're sitting there, and I saw two Funko Pops I actually wanted. One was Kizaru from uh, from One Piece, and the other one was Whitebeard because they're both GameStop exclusive. So I had not seen these before, so I had two of those in my hand, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I'm standing in line, standing in line, standing in line, or like I was like, fuck it, I'm not getting a Pikmin. I'm not going to do the buy two get one deal. I'll just go to the Nintendo shop, or I'll wait till Cyber Monday, see what sales come up on Amazon, what have you. I can hold out, I can wait, not a big deal. I was like, but I got to get these two pops, so we get in line. In the meantime, this lady was returning something, and she was like, hey, it says 176 here, but 181 on my receipt. Why is that? He goes, oh, well, because you didn't spend that $5. So my brain immediately goes to she cashed in like, rewards points or, something. But she goes, I don't understand. And she was a Mexican chick. And he was just like a condescending prick to this woman. Like, well, I'm sorry you don't understand, but you didn't spend $5, so you're not getting $5 back. And then finally he broke down that she used a coupon at the time. So $5 wasn't really, but the way he worded it to her was even more like just like total asshole. So I'm like, I'm now looking at my wife. My wife's looking at me like, oh, you're going to tear him a new asshole, aren't you? I'm like, oh, yeah. So, so I'm standing there in line and listening. Well, there's nobody in line ahead of me. So I walk up to the counter, set my shit down. And the guy looks at me. He's like, yeah, we're getting that guy's PS3. You're going to have to move back. Now, mind you, there's like three people in the store outside of me, the guy getting the PS5. And so it's not like they're super busy or anything else, but this fat ass is just sitting on his ass. And I guess he's fake grading Pokemon cards because guaranteed he's not licensed to actually grade them. They probably give him like a GameStop grade and not a actual like, legit trading card trader or grader. I know because there's the comic book stop or shop I used to go to was called Sports Cards Unlimited. And that dude there has like licenses hanging on the wall and certifications and all that shit to grade trading cards. Same way my wife has one to grade comic books. So I'm just sitting there and I'm like, motherfucker, right? Like, okay, dude, now I've about had it. They start ringing this guy up, get about halfway through the transaction, and all of a sudden, like he's just like the employee asks him something about having a card, right? So he's asking him, do you have your GameStop card? But he's asking him in the middle of the fucking transaction when he's already half rung through it. This fat fuck turns around that's sitting there, starts berating him in front of us. Like, he's the dumbest motherfucker that's ever walked this planet. And I'm like, I look at my wife and I'm like, if they trained this kid right, he would have asked for that phone number before they rang a goddamn thing and put it in the register. This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, right? And I just looked at my wife. I said, we're done. We're going. And she's like, what? And I put my shit back. She goes, are you sure? And I'm like, oh, I'm fucking sure. I was like, as a matter of fact, I'm going to have a mini meltdown. I'm going to send an email when I get home. I'm going to go the fuck off. I'm going to get a hold of his DM. That dude's getting his ass ripped, if not fired. I was like the training, whoever trained this monkey needs to go because this guy's a fucking asshole. Like, I was fucking hot. So my wife's like, well, why don't we go check out Walmart? So we go over to Walmart. I ended up grabbing two games. I grabbed that Hyrule Warriors because I'm looking online. It's like $50, but they have it in store for 20. I'm like, oh well, shit. And I was like, oh, they got Pikmin 4, but it's $60 or whatever. Well, while I'm getting rung up, my wife looks it up on the phone and says, hey, it's you know, it's only $30 on online on Walmart.com. So she asked the associate, she goes, look, I got a stupid question. Why is it $30 online and, $60 in the store? She goes, oh, baby, they do that shit sometimes. And she pulls out her phone and I guess she had some kind of app on there that does a price check and she price checked the game for us. And then I looked up the fucking Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. And sure enough, that one was on sale for $30. So they marked it down for us. So back to Sheree's point, yes, Walmart did price match their online stuff. The other employee was just too lazy to do it. Yeah, Justin. Sh- my wife is like super nerd when it comes to like books and comic books, and but beyond comic books, like actual books. I have books in my house that I'm not even allowed to put my fingerprints on or touch. She puts on gloves to handle them. They're her. That's her thing. Like, mine's always been old video games and shit like this, like electronics, old electronics. Like, I have a Panasonic 3DO still in the box. I have Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Atari 2600, you name it. Like, any real like old archaic system. The only one I have never had and don't have is a Philips CDI. So yeah, because the video games were my thing, and electronics. Books were always hers. But yeah, so then we get home and I'm like, I'll shoot off a email to GameStop, like to the district manager. I'll look it up. Already looked up the store number, everything. I'll shoot an email off to the district manager. The next day, my wife comes in. She goes, "Here you go." So what's that? She's like, $50 gift card. I'm like, what? She goes, yeah. Go to GameStop.com. Go cash it in. And then she let me read the email and everything that she sent, and my wife fucking whooped the shit out of that dude so bad. But she did it at like a vice president executive level kind of thing. She jumped over the district manager, over the VP of sales, and went to the VP of marketing, and just like, the guy was horrified, mortified, and was going to address it on the store, like the whole 9 yards. I was like, thank God you sent the email and not me, because yours was so much better. But I ended up with a $50 gift card, so I ended up getting those pops I wanted and everything else right off the website and shipped to my house. That's very cool, Justin. Um, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm pushing 50. So when I grew up, Atari had was the hot thing. Like, the Atari 2600 was the hot thing. And then, of course, it flowed over to Intellivision, ColecoVision, stuff like this. And I always loved my video games. It's it was my one like guilty pleasure, my one pleasure in life, I guess you'd say, when I was a kid. Like, I always loved my games. So I've always been a huge game nerd. I had a pretty good collection going. Like, I had the Nintendo Virtual Boy when it was out. But as I got older, I stopped collecting video games so much. especially like, well, working GameStop, you'd get all kinds of rare shit. So original Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis, Game Boy Pocket Color, Advanced, PS1, 2, Xbox One, had a 360. I've actually got a 360 that had I bought the create so I have the more modern black version of the 360, but I had the original version of um of the Xbox, and I did create a faceplate thing, and on the faceplate it's Scorpion holding the sword, so it looks like it's on fire. And then I had gotten this thing that wraps it. Well, when I was a store manager for GameStop, I can't remember which Mortal Kombat came out, but during the managers conference, I actually got to meet Ed Boon, and he signed my faceplate for me. Like he was actually a very nice. He was nerdy, but he was a very nice guy, and he signed it. So I've got that sitting in the back. That's like one of my treasures. But yeah, I've had everything from basically the word rip, including the Odyssey. Um, I have all those systems, all my Nintendo systems, with the exception of the Super Nintendo that I found not long ago in the swap shop. I got that for free. But my old two button, and I have the top loading, like not the toaster, but I have the top loader original Nintendo 2. Well, I had, because I gave all my Nintendo shit to my daughter. She took it. She took all my cartridges, cleaned them up, everything else. I mean, I now I have all those games. It's fucked up, but I have all those games. I have one stand-up arcade machine that I was able to download all those games for. So I have all those original old school games. Getting the Nintendo Switch though, like I stopped getting like so PlayStation. I never a big fan of. Like I like PlayStation 1 a lot. PlayStation 2, I had a few games for it. Like it had a couple that were decent. I've always been more of a Microsoft guy since Xbox launched. I think my profile's like 22 years old. And on Xbox Live, my handle is GAM. 3 letters. That's it. No numbers after it, just 3 letters. It's old as shit. Um, but yeah, I'm stuck with my Xbox, and just PlayStation just didn't do it for me. I don't know why. It does for certain titles, but yeah, I ended up going more Microsoft, and I haven't bought a Nintendo system since the Wii. I think the Wii was the last time I got a Nintendo system. But I still have all my like I have Sega. I have two different generations of Sega Genesis, the original generation of the Master System, Sega CD, Sega 32X, Sega Dreamcast, um, Game Gear. I have Neo Geo, Neo Geo Pocket, TurboGrafx, 16 CD, TurboGrafx. Oh God, what the hell's the portable called? It takes like 8 fucking AA batteries too. The Turbo portable. Yeah, it's a ridiculous gamer tag, but yeah, my gamer tag's legit GAM. That's it. And anytime I have to sign up for something new now, I always put I change my gamer tag because everybody either has GAM or they won't allow 3 letters anymore. So say like I'm creating I don't know, even just like my Twitch channel was yes that GAM, because people would go GAM? Same GAM from back blah blah blah? Yeah, yeah, yes that GAM. It just kind of stuck. But yeah, my Xbox title, I love that damn thing. I've had it for so long. I've had people offer me a couple grand for it too. The only problem is because I bought so much stuff on it over time, I'm gotta have like $10,000 to $20,000 worth of shit on there, like just digital copies, just my Rock Band collection alone for the songs that they would release. But yeah, like video games were definitely a big part. Let's see, how does this blow? Okay, so this is actually part of this. Get into the brighter red or the inner robes. But yeah, like I'm telling you, I don't know if I'm just super nerd or I'm eclectic or what, but I have collections of all kinds of different shit. And most of it's just fucking useless shit. Like stuff that nobody like, I don't know. People see it and they're like, "Oh, that's really cool" and all that stuff and you're just like, "Eh. Eh." But yeah, like my one buddy was talking to me about his comic book collection. And I'm like, "What's the oldest book you have?" He pulled out a McFarlane gold cover Spider-Man #1, which came out sometime in the 90s. I don't know exactly when, but I'm pretty sure it was sometime in the 90s. It was right around when they rebooted X-Men, did #1 and all that. And I was like, "Oh, my oldest book is this." And I pulled out from 1963, I'm going to say, Fantastic Four number 27, 28, and 29. Like I'm like, "Yeah, that's the oldest ones in my collection, dude." Like old as shit. Old classics. The classics them never die. But yeah, little adventures like that. I don't know what happened to GameStop. I don't know. I don't know if it's because they've lost a step and going out of business, and you know they're just behind on the times, or and online really did put them out, or they just don't know how to train people, and the people like when I was a manager, if an employee acted like that, I would have fired them right on the spot. Like I'd have been like, "Yeah, you're fired. Get the fuck out of my store. Don't ever come back. Matter of fact, leave your lanyard, your shirt, whatever. Get the fuck out now." Like that would have been just completely not tolerated, especially if you're dealing with a mother. Somebody like when he was dealing with the one woman and he fucking did the whole thing with the $5. I definitely would not have let that slide in my store. Like, I'm going to tell you now something I learned a long time ago that, okay, yeah, you may have a geek that comes in and they're going to spend $300-400 in your store, right? On average. But a mom with a kid coming into your store is going to, or a guy that brings his girlfriend in, you treat that mom and you treat that girlfriend like gold because they control the purse strings. And like on top of it, that dude knows he's going to get a lot less if the woman's treated like shit in that store because she's just going to cut you off. Have a good night, Stranded. Yeah. Yeah. Like, and that's just it. We always catered to a mom coming into our store, stuff like that. No, no, no. They get the catering. Dude's girlfriend comes into the store. Very nice to meet you. What can we do for you? What can we get you? Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Like you go into that mode because that's the one that controls the money. Dude may have $1 billion in his pocket. The, the woman that's with him is going to control whether he can spend, 999 million of it because that's just the way life goes. Just the way things are. But I was shocked. I was like, yeah, it's a shame. A goddamn shame. GameStop used to actually be really, really good with that stuff. And then, like I said, I've been staying away from politics. I dropped in to say hi to you, Sheree, last night, and then just immediately bounced. I figured, didn't really want to didn't really want to hang out all that much, or listen to everything going on, because it's always something going on. But I did see everything to do with the pardon, and I'm of two minds of it. I'm of the mind that, if it were my kid, he was in that much trouble, everything else, I would have let him off. I would have pardoned him. I don't want to see my kids go to jail. I mean, sometimes they got to go to jail because they, like if he had murdered somebody, that might be something. That might have been a different story, but for what Hunter pulled and all that, I can understand. But oh shit. Well, happy birthday, Sheree. I'm sorry I missed it. I wish you had said something yesterday when I was in the chat. Um, yeah, happy birthday to you. Uh, yeah, but the other part is this, and this is the part I don't think anybody's. Maybe some people have picked up on it, maybe some haven't, but I'm pretty sure with presidential pardons, when you get pardoned for something, right? One, the big thing is that, okay, you're free and clear of whatever crime you did. Like, you don't have to serve the sentence, or, all this kind of bit. But I'm pretty sure you can't plead the Fifth Amendment anymore on whatever it is. So you're compelled, you have to testify pulled in before like Congress or something like this. That's it? You're 42? God, you're young. God damn, you are young. Tell you what, stop getting old. Well, no, always keep getting older, but just keep repeating birthdays. Fucking 42, that's it. You're young as hell. I was young once. Once. I started out as a child. But yeah, I was thinking about this. You know, if you have to testify, then I would pull him in there when everything's all said and done, and just fucking like, okay, well, you got to testify, and we're not going after you now. We're going after your daddy, and you have to testify about it in an open court on what was actually going on, because you now have immunity, but you have to, like, and just roast the hell out of them. Blow that shit right back in their face. The other thing I can't figure out is this. Yeah, it doesn't feel all that young, but it really, really is. Even at pushing 50, I still feel like a big fucking kid. But then again, I'm sitting here painting like a toy model, basically, that I made on a 3D printer. So, and talking about fucking video games. So I guess we all are kids. Careful, I don't want to lose that contrast in there. Just want to get those wrinkles bright red. But yeah, my advice for Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy: shut the fuck up and stop talking about everything that you're planning on doing, because all you're going to do is give them the ammunition to dig themselves in deeper, before you take power, and then you're going to have a lot harder time unless you're very clever of getting them out. So I would tell Vivek and everything, stop giving away how you would do things or what you're going to do to get, like this money or whatever that Doge is supposed to do. That's my only other advice there. Eh, I don't know. I mean, yeah, I'd like to think I'll always be a kid at heart, but there's got to be some point in time where I'm gonna. I don't know. There's been points in time where I felt like I lost that magic of just the wonderment of being young. I guess is the best way of putting it. Like being able to go outside, look at the sky, and say, "Wow, look at the stars tonight." Wonder if there's life on those planets. Shit like this. I think there's times where, especially having kids, that definitely changes shit. That definitely makes it a little rougher on you. See, it definitely like they get your wonderment. Like I've said that about my one daughter. I swear to God, I looked around for my light and my sense of adventure and all that stuff, and then up until she came to visit me the one time, I was just like, "Oh, that's where it went. You got it. You're whoa. I want to go on an adventure. I want to do this. I want to rock and roll." Yeah, that's true, Justin. You're definitely not wrong, man. Um, I do think it's funny because I'm definitely like it's crazy because kids cost a lot, and when they moved out, like the amount of different shit, be like, hey, you want to go to Bermuda this weekend? Okay, well we can afford that shit now if you want to go. Like all of a sudden everything changed. It was just weird. Yeah, I just think it's terrible though. Some people they lose that magic when they're when they're not even full bore adults yet. Like some people just take life way too serious. Yeah, dude, that is a rough fucking job right there. Iron Foundry at 18, yeah, that's I would not want that job. My first job, I was well actually I was 12. I worked at a horse farm for about a year and a half, and then my first real actual like pay over the table, well half the pay was over the table. I went and worked in the local bar when I was 14. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's rough work, brother. That's definitely like that is definitely that rough work. All right, let's see what do we got. Wicker white, but I want a gray base. I just want a lighter gray base. We'll go with this pale gray. That sounds good. Oh, that's just way too smooth. The way that's going on there. That's not good. Jesus, factor, foundry work. Oof. Debating on that color. That works. Actually does kind of work. I was going to go super white with it, but I think the funkier rummage through gray kind of works better on this. See if I can't get a little texture out of the brush too when I'm painting it. I'll have to get in there thin. Oh, way too heavy. Damn it. I knew that was going to happen. Something with this must be why this paint was on clearance. Paint goes thick and then very runny. Unload the brush. Uh, so the other thing that happened, I saw this. What do you guys think? Was it professional? Was it amateur that was really prepared, or was it just somebody who was pissed off? But the guy getting 86th in New York, the healthcare CEO. I mean, obviously, like the guy was, whoever whacked him was definitely very, very prepared. But that whole shit's craziness. I was like, damn. Like I watched that video. That guy even knew that using the silencer from the gas buildup, the next shot when the discharged, had to cleaned it. It does sound pro. My only problem is there's professionals don't let their faces get seen like that. Like he got his face on video twice. I mean, I don't know. I'm torn because there's certain things like the whole thing is people think that the silencer just makes the gun well silent and thinks it's kind of like the movies. I mean, it's really not. All it's doing is capturing the gas release and cutting down on your noise. It's not like muting the noise, just making it quiet. But yeah, I thought that shit was crazy. I was like, he came right up and back of him, clack, and he didn't screw around. Wasn't like the kid who tried to take out Trump, where he aimed for nothing but headshots. That dude came out and put one dead center in the back of him, like knew exactly where to aim and hit. So there's a picture of him in Starbucks, and you can kind of see part of his face, and then they got another picture of him like smiling. Yeah, well, and a professional wouldn't have left bullet casings either. He would have picked them up before he ran. You're not wrong, mister. But And you're right. Well, then again, you want to talk about professionals. You can request a professional to, inscribe this on a bullet casing. Yes, I want this on the bullet casing, and you pay them for it. They'll do it. I mean, I'm not going to lie. The other thing is somebody who, one of the things that bothers me about it is this: a normal person shooting somebody like that, there's going to be a moment of panic and shake. And that guy just did it with purpose and without even like a care in the world. Like, even his escape, like, he didn't fumble on the escape, nothing. Like, a normal person trips and all that because they're not used to the adrenaline rush. So I just think, I don't know. I think it's a semi professional. It's somebody who's seen combat or was a cop at one point, in my opinion. That's what I think. But definitely somebody who's seen combat before because he didn't panic. The escape plan was brilliant. Going to the park. Yeah, you disappear in that fucking place. And there's plenty of tree coverage so you can just switch clothes real quick and disappear. But you also don't let your face get seen, which is like, why would you do that? Like, did he get cocky and confident at some point? Oh, there's a support in there. Gotcha. But yeah, I there's a lot of people wanting him to shut the fuck up. I think it's been more than 24 hours, hasn't it? It's already been over 24 hours. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. If you're actually a professional, you wouldn't be carrying a cell phone on you. And if you did, it would be a burner that you would just snap in half and throw into the trash to throw people off. But even then, that would be too much. Like, you wouldn't have any form of communication on you. That would just be foolish. I mean, there's AI programs that can demask you. Like, they can show what you look like under your mask. But and I'm guessing they'll be using one of those for the two shots, the Starbucks shot and the other one. I don't know. I'm gonna say that he gets away for quite a while if he hasn't already left the country. I hate to say it this way, but it sounds funny as shit. And anybody who's a video game player, if you look at the pictures they have of him, the first thing that went through my head is, holy shit, it's Ezio Auditore di Firenze from fucking Assassin's Creed 2. But yeah, I mean, then there's the other angle. What CEO do you know that shows up for a meeting at 6:45 to help set it up? Most CEOs don't show up until well after their subordinates have already set everything up. So maybe he was screwing around on his wife. His wife hired the hitman and just took him out. I mean, he was embroiled in enough bullshit that if he was screwing around on his wife, she found out. Well, it goes back to that whole thing I was saying about GameStop where women control the money. Like that. That wouldn't work out so well. But yeah, I mean, the FBI hasn't been on its game lately. We'll just say it that way. When it comes to actual like shit like this. Like if this had been a mean tweet on the internet, they would have been all over it like a fat kid on a cupcake. But we're talking about an assassination attempt and or well, not an attempt, but an actual assassination. And then I know I was listening to some dude talk about it, and he's like, "Well, yeah, they'll go back and see who was escalating in their emails about their pissed offness about the healthcare system." And I was like, "Brother, that's like a million people, at least, no less than a million people that are freaking out about that kind of shit. Like, if you're gonna rely on that, yeah, it's a needle in a haystack stack at that point." I mean, I'm not gonna lie. If it was a professional, he probably got paid anywhere from, well, a broad daylight for the most part, New York City, pretty big venue. He probably got like 20 grand for it. That'd be probably the going rate for wet work like that. I mean, legitimately, if you want to take somebody out nice and cheap, then you just go find a crackhead. Two rocks and like 20 bucks will get it, most people taken out for you. Allegedly. But yeah, I thought that one was kind of crazy. Nothing interesting on like any alien fronts either, right? Like we haven't had aliens land. Although, here's a question for you guys. Back to the presidential pardon thing. So, rumor has it that they might be passed out to different people, such as Adam Schiff. Um, what's the chick's name? Liz Cheney and Dr. Fauci. How are you going to issue a pardon for somebody who there's no crime for? Yeah, see, that's just it, Sheree. He does look young. Um, he does look like a younger guy. I'm gonna say it's somebody who's disgruntled, but has a military background. Like maybe their dad got cancer and they got denied because that's one of the big controversies right now is that they've been using this AI and the AI is defective and apparently it's got a 90% disapproval rate and is just denying people for anything and everything. Like it's been faulty, and that dude was supposed to testify before Congress about it. But that'll cost his company like a couple $1 billion at that point, if that's the case. And like they're just they're not going to, they're just letting the AI make those choices and not sending that kind of casework to doctors to really review after it goes into denial. So I could see somebody like their family member really needed help. They're sick, they get denied, and they passed away before like any kind of appeals approval. Then that shit comes up. Old buddy is militarily trained and is pissed off. I think in a way it's kind of a good thing because maybe it'll scare more of the CEOs for like, well, shit, I better stop treating people like assholes or like piggy banks. Probably not though. No, you're correct, Sheree. It was something like denied dispose, and I can't remember what the rest of the shit was on the bullets. There was one more D word, but yeah, it was like it turned out it was like a title of a book about people getting. But like I said, the whole thing is if you pay somebody. So one of the most brutal hitmen ever for the Gambino crime family. His name was Richard Kuklinski, the Iceman. He was giving an interview one time and he was explaining that he's like, yeah, people definitely sometimes some of the people I hit, they wanted messages delivered. He's like, one time there was a guy that I had to cut his tongue out and place it in his rear end. He goes, I know there was a message there. People deleted by abuse. Yeah, no shit. Well, I'm telling you, I've seen guys get their thumbs broken for owing money, or I've seen some fucking pretty nasty shit happen. It's just, I don't know. It's never a good thing. Yeah, the shit's crazy though. Then again, I don't know. Conspiracy brain. Sometimes Occam's razor is the right way, where simplest is best and straightforward. But other times you lead a trail of breadcrumbs to lead you away from what the actual truth is, too. Tom Hanks' son. So Colin Hanks was in it, and just watched a movie where the views got the people deleted by views. I don't know what that movie is though, Sheree. I really wish I did. All right. Well, I know I gotta switch to brown. Let's go for like a chestnut or nutmeg. I, I don't know if you guys saw fucking the trailer for the new Snow White that's coming up. I would have had nightmares as a child if I saw one of the way they did the dwarves in that movie. I would have fucking like been terrified. I'd have been all fucked up. Thought Gal Gadot looks pretty interesting as the evil queen. Untraceable. I have not seen that one, Sheree. Was it any good? Or was it like the dwarves in Snow White, as Mister just succinctly pointed out? Did it come up short? No answer. No answer. Yeah, untraceable. I've never even heard of it, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I was going to say, when she said unthinkable, I'm like, unbreakable? That's what went through my head, too. Yeah, unbreakable. Unbreakable, like, so I thought it wasn't a bad, terrible movie. I just think they should have done a lot more of Bruce Willis saving people and showing off before they did the plot twist at the end. Like, and then the follow ups, Split, I think, was the one follow up. That one was pretty good. But Glass was not very good. They kind of dropped the ball on the ending there. They went for what a twist with another twist, and it didn't land right in my opinion. Bruce Willis isn't in which one? Unbreakable? Yeah, it's Bruce Willis, the main character. Unless we're talking about different movies. It has the bomber guy. He's like a government Guantanamo type guy. I mean, how many damn you movies are there in the world? Yeah, I've never heard of that one either. I thought I saw everything with Samuel L. Jackson. I always get a kick out of him when he was in Goodfellas. Unthinkable. Uncle Buck, here's a quarter. Go down and get a rat. Go down to the docks and get a rat to gnaw that thing off your face. It's like the best line in that movie. Damn that handshake. Was that it? Did we run out of you names there, mister, on movies or Untouchables? You missed the Untouchables with Kevin Costner as Elliot Ness, Sean Connery. Unforgiven with Clint Eastwood. You missed that one too. I can tell you what he doesn't know about. He doesn't understand that sand is sand and water is water, and sometimes if you stew cranberries just like applesauce, they taste more like prunes than rhubarb does. It's one of those things not many people know. Damn that. Yeah, Mister's pretty good with that stuff. The same way, Mister used to DJ a radio station, and he can be heard in the background of Reservoir Dogs. He's just like Joe Egan and Jerry Rafferty were a duo known as Steelers Wheels when they released this pop bubblegum favorite that reached up to number 6 on the Billboard charts. And then cue up Stuck in the Middle with You. That was Mister. Oh, shit. Overpainted Mrs. Finger. Oh, shit. Are you talking about the whole sand is sand and water is water? And if you stew cranberries just like applesauce, they taste more like prunes than rhubarb does? It's a Marx Brothers. Groucho Marx says it. I don't know if it's Day at the Races. It's one of the movies. But yeah, that's actually a Marx. That's a Groucho Marx line. He doesn't say sand is sand, water is water. I can't remember what the beginning of it is, but I always said, like ever since I've been saying it, that sand is sand and water is water. It's actually I'm not dry brushing it. I'm just so dry brushing. I would have dabbed the actual wet paint out. The paint's wet. That's not the issue. I'm just I guess in a way I am kind of dry brushing. I'm, uh, I'm wet dry brushing. That's what I'm doing. I'm just being very gentle with it and not filling in my blackened crevice. I don't want to lose that detail. I don't want the same mistake I did with the Yeti because I messed that Yeti up bad because I didn't. I loaded up way too heavy with the wet and got in there and went all in and I janked that Yeti up, Justin. So it's still like the paint's very wet. I'm not tapping it either. I'm just playing the ridges very gently with a finer brush than my normal fan. But yeah, you're not wrong. In a way, like I said, I'm wet dry brushing. Like I'm still very wet with the paint that's on the brush, but I'm being way more cautious because if you want to see what the result of me going in there too heavy with wet paint is, I caught the Yeti, and this is like I fucked this thing up 6 ways to Sunday. This thing's more fucked up than a retarded a kid with Down syndrome's third grade science project. Look at how messed up. And I keep it here. I was going to paint it black and try again, but I keep it here as a reminder of how bad did I wreck this damn thing. Like, all the definition in the fur got lost, everything, because I went in there too heavy handed. Pretty sure wet dry brushing is just, it may be. I don't know. Remember, Justin, I'm an idiot when it comes to this stuff. I just know, like, usually when I do a dry brush, I do it a little bit. Like, I use a, let me see if I can find it. Yep, there it is. Usually I use one of these. And I'll get in there and really, really tag it. You know what I mean? Like, I'll literally tap it in there like I'm doing a tattoo. You know something, Justin? That's actually pretty fucking brilliant right there, and I don't know why the hell I didn't think about it. I'm maybe actually able to recover that with a, you're right, with a sky blue dry brush. You are not wrong. And I don't know why I didn't think of that myself. You're right. You are 100% correct. You are correct, sir. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Maybe I'll try and recover the Yeti, and that's how I'll do it. I'm gonna call that the Justin method too, if I do, and it works. 'Cause that's not a bad idea. Well, brother, why don't you paint models too? Like, well, I mean, if you don't have time for it, that's fine. But like if you can do all that, I can't do all that shit. I can definitely like I'm basically like a raw amateur when it comes to painting models. Even like I've been learning as I go. Poor people in this channel like Sheree and Mister and stuff have been watching me for like a couple months now, just like basically to tease me. Actually, they just support me because they're really cool people. But at the same point in time, like if you can do all that stuff, this stuff should be easy as hell for you. Unless you just simply don't have the time for it. Yeah, I understood exactly what you meant about that. Like using I could use the light blue to pull the detail back out of that like globbed on white. That would work. I tried to use a gray and I made it worse. Same way I'm just going like real light on this with the high pink. So this way when I lay over top, the skin should come through like a little creepier. And I don't even know what made me what led me to going with the pink like that. But it seems to work for the thing. Oh, oh, I guess it's that part of the program where I also yell this: like, share, subscribe. Um, if you guys got any kind of conversation topics, shit like that, and you want to pop it in, throw it right in the chat. We'll address it. We'll talk about it. We'll bullshit about it. We'll make fun of it. We'll make fun of me. Whatever you want to do there. Also, never click that join button and send like $2 or whatever. It's a waste of your goddamn money because I'm going to read your chat regardless. Don't send me any super chats. You're just making YouTube rich. and I get like none of it. So, and until there's like a couple thousand subscribers and viewers and stuff like that, if it ever hits that level, then we'll go on that grift. But up until then, just enjoy the show. Yeah, well, it also works in another vein too, especially when it comes to the Yeti, because you could use the blue not just in contrast to it, but you could also use it like it's ice in its fur, which sounds weird, but overlapping it would look kind of cool, to be honest with you. Okay, what do we got for this face? Oh, all right. Let's go to a little darker gray. This part, I'm going to have to dab the shit out of. Not so much a dry brush, but just a little dab will do you on this one. I saw hot pink in that damn brush. So what else is going on, people? What other good movies have you seen, or stories do you have to tell? How was everybody's Thanksgiving anyway? Everybody spend time with the family or friends, or all alone in a room crying into a beer? Like, how was everybody's Thanksgiving? Yeah, I've never tried painting with oils. That could be interesting. I've only done the acrylic, but I like the layer of it. And so you got stressed out from family time there, mister? Was it a whole bunch of when are you going to get married? When are you going to give us grandkids? You know, that kind of deal? I mean, for me, it was just me and the wife, really, just chilling, kind of quiet. I liked it. Plenty of turkey left over. Oh, I think I went a little too heavy there. Hopefully, I can get it out. That one little drop right there. I got to get out of there. New Hampshire's probably beautiful, though, man. Oh, that's awesome, Justin. Yeah, 4 days off is definitely a good thing. I mean, that's crazy though. 4 days off, wife and the daughter. Yeah, for me it was just me and the wife and the pets. About it. Talked to the kids, all that stuff, but they all did different stuff. Like my son went fishing. My other daughter's up in Baltimore somewhere, and my other one's all the way out in like fucking. Well, she moved from Portland, but somewhere out there in the West Coast. So do you? Well, that's a question for you, Justin. Do you just do tattooing design, or do you actually like put ink in skin? Ooh, I need that real dark ass red. Okay, so you're like apprenticing. Like I know at one point it used to be pig skin, but now they moved it more to a synthetic that holds the ink the same way. What's up, Devin? Welcome back. Yeah, the designs on paper. That's cool. That's definitely cool. Yeah, yeah, I would never be a tattoo artist. I could never do it. I would fuck people up for the rest of their life. I'm not gonna lie a little bit. Like I would just it would not be good. They would hunt me down and kill me. Gotta give him his teeps. That's cool, Justin. Yeah, like I mean that's a smart way of doing it. Um yeah, that's definitely it's definitely a smart way of doing it. The thing is what you're going to have to learn is like the different unless you're practice dummy skins are basically different qualities of skin, like old skin, young skin, stuff like that. I had a few people I knew back in the day that were tattoo artists. Devin, a fucking murder trial? Really? Right off the rip? Is it at least enjoyable, or is there a lot of objection, speculation? Move to strike. Oh no, Devin's not doing jury duty, Justin. She she's got a whole nother thing going on there. Please approach the bench. Devin creates records. She listens and types out what she hears. She's been called the fastest typist since Clark Kent went to work at the Daily Planet. Yeah, and honestly, that's the roughest part is getting the depth right because you don't want to shred the skin. Like you don't want to traumatize the skin to a point where it's you're just gonna basically leave a giant scar on somebody. Not a pretty one like you do when you tattoo, but like a fucked up scar. Are you telling me that, like, it's a court appointed attorney and like it would have been better off if the guy was just representing himself? Oh, oh, I really did do that. God damn it. Hopefully I can get in there and get this knocked out real fast. I'm finding like all kinds of holes in the first layer. I obviously missed. I don't know why this 3D model used to collapse on itself on my old printer either. I still haven't been able to figure that one out. Getting all still got a little bit in there. There we go. Oh, come on, Devin. There's definitely people you can trust. And yeah, like sometimes if there's a overwhelming degree of evidence, the best you can hope for is a plea deal. And if you're too dumb to take the plea deal and think you're going to get away with it completely, knowing the evidence you left behind, you're right. Just put a fork in the dude. See, I would think that too, Justin, about the supports being in there and them not being structured out right. It wasn't that. It was something with, and the more I look at it, the more I'm figuring it out. You have these little cut details in here, and then the way this is broken away right here from your mane and hanging and stuff like that, and the fingernails and everything else, even printing it at 4K, and I'm guessing because of in here, like as you can see, he's hollowed, so I structured the entire inside of him as well. I think what was happening was when he was, even when he was solid, this was too much weight for any kind of structural support and was collapsing itself or pulling free. Like it couldn't pull free, so it was locking and tearing the model in half. Whoa, he was too dumb to take the plea deal. And you said it's an attempted murder? Is there a minimum mandatory on it? Dear Lord. Yeah, I mean, once your lawyer goes to discovery and you see the evidence they have, that's when you know if you should plea or not. Like, if they have enough fucking substantiating evidence, yeah, you plead the fuck out of it. Yeah, well, that makes sense. I would figure you're probably like midpoint in the trial, right? And just so everybody in the chat is clear, if ever you get into trouble with the police and they're like, "Hey, talk to us, tell us your side of the story. We just want to know what happened." If it's anything that you think you could get in trouble for, or even something that you don't think you could get in trouble for, your best bet is to just say one line, lawyer. Just that one word, one line, lawyer. Don't say shit to them because they can twist shit, they can turn stuff, they can make you look like a complete asshole. Lawyer's not going to do that for you, or like going to let that happen to you, or shouldn't if they're half worth their salt. DTSFA? You don't know what that is, Devin, or don't take shit from anyone. Yeah, no, 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 no. No, you don't say DTSFA. You just say lawyer to the police. You say that don't take shit from anyone to, well, you know who to use that one on. So the problem with court appointed lawyers, it's not even just that. You get different types. You have the type that they're just starting out and they're cutting their teeth, so they're basically trial and error. Like, how many types of this case have you tried? Well, none. This you're like my second case. Like you got that the wet behind the ears that's kind of learning. Then you got the ones that have to do it for like are doing pro bono work and aren't very good at it. And then you have the type like you're saying where they're all about the court. But most times, a lot of them that I've seen that were court appointed were just like people that don't really give a shit because their paycheck's the same regardless if they win or lose. Like decent lawyers, like they build their reputation off. I have X amount of wins in this court system. I have, like one lawyer up north that everybody knew was if you got a DUI, you went to this one lawyer because he played golf with the judges, all that stuff, and his win rate was like 250 and one as far as DUI cases went. Like here you go, here's one for you. This guy was so good that a buddy of mine was getting his third DUI, right? This back when I worked at the bar, so go figure. Dude was on it, got nailed, popped, and was going in for his third DUI. This lawyer could not get him off that third DUI. So what he did was he went back to the second DUI, got the case reopened because he found a loophole in it where there was something wrong in the evidence and everything else. Got the second DUI thrown out so that the third DUI only counted as the guy's second DUI. Fucking thought outside the box, brilliant thinking. So he didn't get him completely off the hook, but he definitely reduced that shit. Yeah, and that's you're not wrong there either, Devin. Like you get what the fuck you pay for. Like that DUI lawyer I was talking about, he is expensive as shit, but goddamn is he not the best you can get. Like Breaking Bad when they hire Saul, like Jesse says we need a criminal lawyer and Walt looks at him and goes, "Well, yeah, a criminal lawyer." He goes, "No, no, no. A criminal lawyer." Yeah, that's what this dude was like, but he was the best at what the fuck he did. I mean, the best advice I can give out anybody is, well, don't fucking commit crimes, and then you won't have to worry about dealing with lawyers. It's all good, man. Yeah, it's our law system's fucking weird. Sometimes it's amazing, other times it completely fucking blows. You throw enough money at the right person, or you got enough money, you're not going to see much time. All right, got to get in there, fuck with his eyes, get his teeth done. Let's get those teeth in there real quick. Well, that's just it. It's not even just ex criminals that become lawyers. The best are the prosecutors that go defense attorney, because they know what the state is looking for that they're going to use to hang your ass. Like they don't screw around. We're gonna go super fine tip on this. Let's get the teeth in real quick while I'm thinking about it. Oh my god, way too heavy. I fucked that all up. Good lord, did I fuck that up? I hit that with a red and then a gray, or yeah, a dark red and a gray. I should be able to fix that, but man, I went in there with way too much paint on that brush. Oh shit. Should be able to pull that out though. Yeah, and that's the other thing. You're not wrong, Sheree. You do have to grease those wheels. The wheels of justice need to be greased with your blood, sweat, and tears and money. Um, and you're also not wrong either, Justin. I've seen some guys that go on the inside, use legal books, or and really do better themselves with an education in law, and have like presented better case study. But then again, I've also seen the guys that are like, I'm going to try and represent myself, and then get the max sentence because they've just shit the bed with it so bad, even if the judge is being nice to them. I used to watch all kinds of court cases. I don't so much anymore. I don't know. I got tired of hearing the sick shit that people do sometimes. Because people do some fucked up things. And don't get it messed up. There really are two tiers of justice, too. One for rich folk and one for poor folk. The red brick color will come in, especially in like the back. Like I wanted to go happier red in there in his undercoat. But the overcoat, a red brick might help. Although the cardinal red is kind of a brick red, just a little bit heavier. Like I still got to go into the horns. Because the horns are like a yellowish. Yeah, the dried blood color is kind of what I use for his mouth. Because it has that since it's got that brackish color to it, makes it a little off-settling. I'll go with a high red in the eyes, I think. I do think it's crazy though. Got people in here from all different stripes, backgrounds, creeds, colors, religions. All watching me fucking paint a fucking evil Santa Claus. What the fuck are we doing with our lives, people? Hmm. Yeah, we'll go black with that. Of course, I'm gonna go yellowish in the center, and then I think I'll work it out into like a white. Maybe I'll just do a fade out on the yellow. I still got to get lighter too. What was I using for brown? Actually, you know what? I think this is. Let me see. I think that's the same color as this color. Nope. This one's actually a step darker. Yeah. Yeah, it's just it. Somebody tried to teach me color wheel, all that stuff, and I'm like a retard with it. I'm not gonna lie. Same thing for some reason I do this weird thing, and I figured this out. A lot of times I'll paint the light color first, and then go get into it with the darker one instead of starting dark and then going light. Like this time, it's going to be a little bit different, a little bit opposite. I probably should very lightly dry brush this, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go heavy wet just to give it the creepy cover up, and then I'll end up going over this again with a dark color, believe it or not, depending on how it dries. Hey, what's going on there, Smurf? You finish any of the Easter eggs? Okay, I'll definitely have to try that, Justin. That's good advice, dude. Try the dry brush over it that way. That's not a bad idea. Um, yeah, Smurf. I finished out Liberty Falls, directed, and then standard. I also got to Prestige level 6. I think I'm like 42, level 6, 42. Got every gun to Afterlife, and I've just got to grind out Nebula on them. But yeah, I still can't pull the Terminus Easter egg off. Tried like 10 times. Yeah, Smurf and I were we were practicing running them. I can actually like probably get you through the Terminus one. Or not the Terminus one, the Liberty Falls one is super fucking easy. Like I pulled that shit off like right around round 25, I want to say. I cranked it out. Hey, so yeah. How was your Thanksgiving, Smurf? Good, bad, and different? It was okay. Just me and the wife and chilling and ate turkey for like the past week. But and then ordered another one for Christmas because like I'm not gonna lie, we use damn near every part of that bird. Yeah, I love turkey. We get like the free range, like grass fed, all that fucking shit, no preservatives, fat ass bird. Yeah, Black Ops 6, Justin. That's Smurf and I were playing it and running it. At one point, we were doing a glitch at one point and just running rounds up, and then we actually started going for the Easter eggs. But it gets rough. It that shit. Some of it gets really, really like, what the hell am I even doing with my life, rough. Yeah, I picked up a Switch, so I was saying before I've been playing a lot of Zelda. Shit's addictive. Like I'm not gonna lie at all, Smurf. Nintendo Switch. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it. I fucking love the damn thing. The only game that I didn't get for it that I want to get for it is Metroid Dread. I think I think that is going to be my jam. Like I've always loved my Metroid series ever since I was a little kid. I think I'm going to go a little too yellow here, but I'll balance it. Yeah, the brown layering should. When I layer the brown on top, this should come out kind of the way I'm envisioning. Yeah, I think mine was 126 in Black Ops 4 on the map 9. I actually really, really enjoyed the whole chaos story and everything, even though it was only in for one game. But it was the one where you were trapped in an arena. Like I ran every one of the chaos Easter eggs, with the exception of the boat. That was the only one I couldn't pull off by myself. Everything else I did solo. For some reason, I could never get that damn boat down in 4. But they just put out the new map. It's called Citadel des Morts or Morts. Basically, Citadel of the Dead. It's actually pretty cool. Like you got different elemental swords and all kinds of stuff. I think somebody's already figured out the Easter egg too. I keep getting notifications from YouTube saying that somebody's figured it out. Nice. Yeah, I stopped buying Turtle Beaches. My Turtle Beaches kept wearing out. The Elite controllers are fucking, they're worth their weight in gold though. Um, but yeah, I switched over. Now I get the, what the hell is the name of the brand of this shit? Astros, I think they're called. For some reason, my every one of my Astro headsets have lasted forever. My Turtle Beaches seem to die like super super quick, and I don't know why. It's got to be something I'm doing wrong. I'm not even throwing my controller like I used to. Yeah, it's definitely been a few days of me not watching news, anything else other than what we've already discussed. Was there anything good that I missed that's happened? Or was everything just kind of quiet because it's been a holiday? Like, Ebola virus or nuclear warheads fired or anything like interesting. Oh, with Cash Patel got nominated to head the FBI. Is that what happened, Shirai? I mean, he honestly is the best fucking guy for that job. He's like, I don't know if you've ever heard him on like podcast or anything, or just heard him give interviews and talk about shit. But yeah, that guy's like, not only is he knowledgeable, he seems like honest. Like he actually wants this shit to work. Nice, nice. That's great. Yeah, and I'll tell you what, there's going to be people shitting their pants too, because that man will just release like the Epstein list, will release like JFK murder, like all that. So he'll declassify everything. Like he's all about that life. He's all about like let's just throw it out there and let the public deal with it. See what they're actually paying for instead of keeping secrets. Matter of fact, I think he was the one, and I can't remember, he was somewhere in the Department of Justice at one point, and I believe the two FBI agents, the ones that were having the affair, if I remember correctly, I think he was the one who exposed their text messages and started to go after them before they sued the FBI, if I remember correctly. But yeah, like he's definitely that guy. So that's brilliant. Um, I will tell you something that I don't like. I did catch this one. I saw, I want to say it was Megan Kelly talking to Pete Hexeth, and I was like, what the hell, like, like I had known that he had gotten tapped for DOD or something like this, but there's all kinds of shit in his past that's coming out, and he's like, apparently, like, cheats on his wife and all this kind of bit, which I don't really give a fuck about. I mean, we're sending a guy in there to go and fight wars, not worrying about his fidelity to his significant other. That's on his time. If he's on our time, then fight the wars or keep us from out of wars or what have you. But the only thing that gave me serious goddamn pause about him: never trust anybody when they just fuck up a whole bunch. Like especially if they're like cheating on their significant other or doing some real shady shit and then tell you they found Jesus all of a sudden. He must have said, "My Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ," like 55 times. That's well and good for somebody who believes that stuff beforehand. And, yes, I fucked up and everything. But when you turn from, well, the only reason why everything's going to be better is because I believe in some kind of form of religion now. Yeah, no, that doesn't clear you, bud. Like that, I don't know. It just doesn't hold weight with me. Anybody can do that shit. Yep. I agree with you, Justin. I think that's just it. I think if they declassified everything and just let us see it, I think that the American public would be shocked at first because of all the different stuff that's been covered up that needs to be caught up, right? Like so like at this point 4 years ago was COVID. Give us all the information on COVID now, right? And people are going to be shocked at what our government did to us during COVID. Stuff like this, right? But I also think the American people would rather have the truth told to them and deal with it than just live with bullshit and wonderment of what has happened. Like, and then all you did was make it a lot worse because, okay, fine, everybody involved in JFK is probably long passed away or close to it. So they're not going to prosecute whoever. But it's going to be a shocker to everybody if, after all this time, everybody who suspected that our CIA, our government had some hand in the assassination of a sitting president of the United States, well, if we had dealt with that all those years ago, that might be a different story. But if we deal with it now, it's going to be a lot uglier. Have a good night, Justin. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm 100% with you, man. Like I think the American public is smart enough and knows that certain things have to be done by our government that aren't pretty. But yeah, you're not wrong. I just think the initial catch up to it's going to be fucking ugly. Like I think we're going to be in for a world of shock at first, and then after that initial blast, if they just keep up with it, we'll be fine. Americans will understand. But thanks again for dropping in, Justin. We'll see you next time. But yeah, it's we're living in an interesting time to see what is going to happen to America and the people in it. And that face is fucking creepy. I have nightmares about this face. All right. Let's see. We're going to a brown overlay. What do we got? Yep. Do, do, do. Why the hell? Justin typed something in, but it's not coming up on my damn my live chat thing. Hold on. Let me go to the actual live feed so I can see what he was popping. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong about the twin towers. That's 110% absolutely correct. That was the whole thing where they were supposed to be sharing intel from that point forward. The only problem is that they've kept so much from just the American people themselves now, and just they've become their own. We're only supposed to have three things of government, and instead it's become four. Like we have this bureaucracy that kind of tells us all that I don't know, that we're too dumb, too poor, too whatever to make rational, intelligent decisions, and that's not right. Like we're supposed to tell those sons of bitches in Washington, this is how things are, and this is what we want. They're supposed to go there and fight for those things. Instead, it turned into we will tell you what it is, and unfortunately, our intelligence agencies are a big driver of that. Kind of a foot on our necks. What the hell happened? Let's see. I got to reload my little side chat screen. Why is that? Yeah. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. We got 4 years of this administration, and then what happens in the 4 years after? Is there a follow through? Does it, you know what I mean? What do you guys think is going to happen next? Like, what do you think 2028 looks like? Are we in a better place as a country or a worse place? Its own ruling government. Besides, the ATF has been very hard way. They can't do. Yeah, but they do too. Like, that's the shit part. Is it goes back into that argument we were having about even innocent people. You got to come out of pocket to prove your innocence. If it's a shame. But yeah, ATF, they pulled off a couple different things that were real shady because the government wanted land or what have you. I'm trying to remember what the hell that whole standoff was. They had a standoff with the ATF. Like, I know Waco was really bad. Like, not that Dave Koresh was a saint. He was a fucking complete piece of shit and a pedophile. But at the same point in time, they went into Waco, Texas, was one of them, where they went in and just like that was terrible. Went in like, we're seizing your damn guns, and they definitely overreached, overstepped, and fucked up. And a lot of people got hurt and killed because of it. A lot of innocent people. Unless they're willing to put tariffs, they are. It's not me and it's not Sheree that are like dropping that out of my feed. That's fucking weird, dude. Because I can see your one chat come up on my mainstream screen, and then I actually have to go to the other screen. But viewership, it like blocks it for some reason. That's really weird. Let's hope that we don't go back to Democrats unless they are willing to put tariffs against all the countries that try to screw our own country for import export. Well, that's one of those things now, isn't it? If you really break it down, the EU screws us pretty much the hardest. I think Canada is one that kind of gets us pretty good, but the EU, like, they don't import any of our like Ford, Chevy, shit like that because then nobody would want their cars. So I think you're right. I think if you use tariffs in a good way, then like if you use them correctly as a bargaining chip, then it's going to change the landscape of everything. It's the best way of putting it. If you use tariffs just willy nilly and just throw them the hell out there because you're mad at somebody, then that's going to bite you right in the ass. But if you use them as a bargaining chip, like, hey, look, you know, you screwed us. You've been screwing us for years on this. We're going to put a 30% tariff on every car you export over to us. All of a sudden, next thing you know, that import tax goes away. Or maybe I said that backwards, import export. Reverse those. Yeah, Waco was terrible. Like when you really break down what went wrong. Like it was definitely like you kind of felt one way about it, and then finding out everything, you feel the other way about it. Yeah, but it's not the same. Like nobody's gonna buy a like. What are you gonna buy? Like even if they have that, I'll tell you what. If somebody's got the choice of driving a Lamborghini or a Ford, most people are going to pick the damn Lamborghini, especially if it's about the same sticker price. But I don't know. I just know that I've listened to a couple different examples of how the tariffs could be used, and every one of them, it pisses me off a little more because I'm like, how bad have we been getting banged out by our own allies? Like, how screwed have we been by, like, oh, well, like NATO. Trump's first go around with NATO, where he was like, look, you guys don't pay your own fair share, and if you don't pay your own fair share, we're basically going to pull out. And he forced everybody to pay their own share. It's fucking brilliant because he wasn't wrong. It's like, why are we paying like 3/4 of this bill, or 80% of this bill, and you guys are paying like 20%? Like, get the fuck out of here. But I think him using it as a bargaining chip, like he already scared. I saw he had scared Mexico, and he definitely scared Canada. Because Justin Trudeau flew down to Mar-a-Lago to have a whole conversation with him. And apparently Trump said, well, if you guys can't afford that tariff, then I guess we'll just make you the 51st state. And everybody started kind of laughing, but they were like nervous about it. Like, oh shit, is he being serious? Sometimes you need that wild card. Sometimes you need that businessman. I don't know. I never want to be president. I never want that kind of power. I think I'd be awful at it. I'd have been a shit ass politician. All right, let's start getting to these ropes. Go real dark in the light. I really just did that. You son of a bitch. Good thing you're made out of more solid stuff. That could have been really bad. I swear to God, these things are like almost the same color. I'm gonna have to see how they lay on there. Oh, God damn. Oh. Damn, everything went quiet. It's so quiet in here. Silent night, holy night, huh? At least I may have had to stream on Thanksgiving, but at least I don't have to stream on Christmas. I think the day after Christmas is the Thursday. so weird. The way this shit is layering on there is just odd as fuck. Smurf, you still out there? I can't believe you haven't finished that Liberty Falls Easter egg. You were fucking running that shit pretty solid, brother. What was that? Who was my dog? That was weird. Swear to God, I just heard something. I don't know, this Krampus shit always gave me the creeps. An evil Santa. I can't remember. I remember the episode of The Office where Dwight Schrute dressed up as like, wasn't the Krampus, he had a different name for it. It was more the actual German name for it. Even though they're probably the same thing. Uh, come on. This one will be hot prep for Christmas. Yeah, that's fucking weird. Justin was right in the middle of saying something. Everybody else that was in chat, everything just went quiet. Is anybody even else out there like that can type? It's like quiet. I feel like I should have soft jazz playing in the background, and I fucking hate jazz. Oh, you're there, Sheree. What, Sheree? You're always there. Just quiet, chilling, relaxing. So, did you make the naughty or nice list this year, Sheree? What did you want for Christmas? What are you going to have the kids get you? Yeah, it's definitely been one of them years where it's been a fucking weird ass year. I keep telling my wife I don't want anything for Christmas. I'm good. I got enough. She'll still shock me and get me something that like is fucking epic that I never would have expected because she's good like that. Oh yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, it's crazy because I'm watching stuff like Bitcoin shoot up because everything is about to flip over, right? And the stock market's gone up, all this stuff, but I'm not seeing I'm not seeing that kickback as far as electric bill goes or any of the other actual stuff yet because nothing has actually been implemented yet. And it's bullshit. Really is a bunch of bullshit. People should be able to have and enjoy Christmas. And yeah, your kids always do expect everything from you in a lot of cases. It's like, it's insane. Well, I mean, when they're younger, it's one thing, but when they're adults, that's a whole different matter. Oh, that's okay. I got a utility bill right here, right? Probably can't even see it. No, you can't really see it. But trust me, it says Palmetto Electric on it, right? And it showing the increase in the electricity to be used for 2025, right? Important change to Palmetto Electric Cooperative's electric rates that will go into effect as of January 1st, 2025. Rate schedule. Residential, including advance pay. Average increase 6.4%. Small general service, including advance pay, 5.8%. Residential time of use, 8.1%. Small general service time of use, 5.8%. Large power service, 5.9%. Large power service voluntary load management, 6.8%. Right? They're legit raising my electric rates by no less than what's the lowest one on here? 5.8%. So 6%. That shit better reverse course real quick. Like the moment that hand comes off the Bible, they better send me out another letter saying that, yes, we've decreased prices because of how much energy is being produced now. That's that bullshit. That's somebody getting greedy. And pretty soon they're not going to be able to get that greedy. But yeah, I was pissed. That came in today. Just pisses me off. See, that's just it. They're not for the common working people. What the left's for is telling you that shut up, we're right, and you don't know anything because you're stupid because we're better than you. We have a higher education. We know better than you do because it's not affecting any of them because like one of my favorite reactions was and I think the dude's name is Joe Scarborough. but that asshole from Morning Joe, and he's talking about butter, and he goes, or eggs. No, it was butter. But he's talking about butter, and he says like, and then my friend's complaining to me that butter's $3, and I'm just like, oh, it's just $3, blah 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 blah. And his wife interrupts him, and she's flat out like, butter's $7. And he's like, what is it, framed in gold? Like, it's like, you just showed me right there, asshole. You don't even do the shopping. Like, you don't go to the store like normal people. You don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Yeah, that's crazy, Sheree. You guys are in the city? Oh, what did I just do? What the fuck? Ooh, that's weird. Wow. That was freaky. All the lights just turned out. I don't know if that showed up on camera or not. I just had to turn them all back on. Like, that's what happens. I start bitching about the electric bill, and they just like fuck with my power. Those sons of bitches. How'd they know I was talking about them? That was weird. I didn't lose the camera, did I? Yeah, you're not wrong. I angered the electric gods, and yeah, they're gonna punish me for my sins. But yeah, so you're like in the suburbs, because that's just it. Like, I don't have. Well, we could get city water here, I think. Actually, no, we couldn't. Shit's way far away. But so I don't have my water bill is my electric bill. My gas bill is my gas bill. Like that. That's going to be interesting to see if natural gas, like the price of natural gas, goes down. That'd definitely be cool. All right, I still got the bones up there to get into. Which I think I'll go white and then go in with the gray. I still got his claws to do in his lantern. He's actually cracking out kind of decent this time. He's going kind of quick. Although it's funny because the brightness on the screen, it isn't that bright. Like, the colors are actually a lot more muted. Like, I swear to God, the camera, like, now they say the camera adds 10 pounds. It also adds like a whole bunch of color that it really is being exaggerated on screen. Yeah, that's awesome though. Like, I don't know. I really wish that they had gotten the batteries for solar power down more, because I think everybody should have that option and made it like super affordable. Just put the solar panels, because they have those solar panels now that go up on your roof, like roof tiling. Like, so that could have been really cool if they ever figure that shit out. But right now, it's not efficient enough. Even down here in the south, it's just not. There's no way of storing the power. And then when it's cold out like it is now, The batteries drain super fast for some reason. Although here's one for you. While out shopping, I spotted three different Tesla Cybertrucks. Three different people. Granted, they were from New York, New Jersey, and well, actually, two from New Jersey, one from New York. But the Cybertrucks are the ugliest fucking truck I have ever seen. See, I really do like solar panels on houses. I do think that should subsidize. I think that should just come automatic nowadays. Or the government should subsidize them, make them so cheap it's like $1 a panel or something. Cost you like 3 grand. The only problem is that your roof has to be a certain way for the actual big solar panels for them to put them up. Trying not to mess up that bone. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, you still haven't seen one of them? Yeah, they're I don't know. I don't understand. Like they're just like triangles. Like it's too sharp and pointy in the wrong places. Like I don't know how to describe it. It looks like it has no flow to it. I'm sure it's built like solid as hell and very nice and all that stuff, but I'd never own one. The other thing that I couldn't figure out and tried to figure this out, I'm like, it's a Cybertruck. How do you actually haul anything with it? It wasn't like where you have an open truck bed. It's all enclosed in the back. It's that weird angle to it and everything else, and it's just all enclosed. That was something else I was thinking about too, because I don't know anybody who actually owns an electric vehicle. But, you go to the gas station and you fill up, right? You got to charge your vehicle. How much does it cost to charge it versus a tank of gas? Like, is it more or less expensive? Because it's not like electricity just is free. So, what are we talking here? Yeah, I mean, I see Teslas down here. I've seen McLarens. I've seen Lamborghinis. I've seen Ferraris. I've seen a whole shit ton of Corvettes. Get some really, really rich people down, especially towards Hilton Head Island, because it's like a vacation resort, and the people that have bought houses out that way have a lot of money. But you see some really nice cars and stuff like that, and then you see like the Tesla truck and things like that as well. Unfortunately, knapsack. Yeah, no Tesla. You've seen all that stuff, but no Tesla truck. Yeah, like I said, when you see one, like I didn't even know what one looked like till my wife, she was out shopping or whatever. She comes home. She's like, I saw this fucked up car on the road. I don't know what the fuck it was. Like what it looked like. She goes, it was all like fucking triangles. What? Yeah, it was all triangles. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. And then we saw one, and I was like, I don't know what car that is either. And then she looked it up online. She's just like, it's one of those fucking Tesla trucks. I'm like, what? But yeah, it's one of those things. Nobody ever mentions it. Like exactly how much does it cost to charge up your Tesla? How much does it? Because your electricity isn't free. If you're charging it at the house, and it takes 12 hours, like, what's that the equivalent of hooking up? Because it's got to be something expensive. Like, is it the equivalent of running, like, 10 large screen TVs in your back room? Or, yeah, well, my other thing is, I know, like, I remember when Elon was talking about it, he had gone on Joe Rogan, I want to say. And Joe Rogan, like, shot an arrow into the side of the damn thing and didn't even dent it, or, like, maybe a little dent to it, but it wasn't that major. And like Elon was showing off how tough it is. I was looking at it like when you see one, you'll see what I'm talking about. It looks like if you got into a car accident head on with that thing, it would just decapitate the entire other car. Like it would just wreck whoever was on the other side. Like it's very boxy and very like it's like a bunch of triangles stuck together. Kind of creepy looking. Like I think it's just like remember when they relaunched the VW Bug? Everybody went nuts for those little crap cars because they weren't like the original Bug, which was an amazing like piece of engineering that even though they were like cheap and inexpensive, they were very well made. Like I remember everybody buying the new Bug because it was a status symbol. And I'm pretty sure that's what's going on with the Tesla truck right now. It's like, oh, well, I have a Tesla truck. You have a fucking weird ass triangle shaped motherfucking vehicle, is what you got there, pal. Like, at least buy something with curves and style to it. I just noticed that's little fingers sticking out there. That poor kid. He got pulled into the Krampus bag. Kind of creepy. Damn acrylic. Definitely rough to work with. All right, so what do I got left? I got horns, nails, hands, eyes. Oh God, yeah, the '80s bugs. I always loved them because like my friends would buy them dirt cheap, maybe $400, and then cut them all down and make them into dune buggies, and then we'd just go whipping them through the wood. What in the? What is up with that? You know what? Is that light better? Let's see. That was weird. Definitely weird. Actually, the color dropped a little bit too. Yeah, well, I never said I was on the good list. If you told me I was on the good list, like, I wouldn't buy it. I would not buy that for $1. I guess I better stop knocking the Tesla truck. Too many listening devices in here are probably like relaying everything I'm saying to Starlink, and then they're just like shutting out my lights on me. All right, let's take a look. All right, let me get to those little hands real quick. I should be able to get the detail out of it with this. What do I do with that high ass pink? I'll step down 2 notches and knock them out real quick. I didn't even realize there was a second hand in this. Yeah. What can I say? Somebody's got to piss off the electronic gods. I might as well be the one. At least this every way. Like, hey, is that water poison? I don't know. Let me take a drink. It tastes fine to me. Oh, right. Same thing with pissing off the electronic gods. You might as well let me do it, and you guys can all laugh at my downfall. And at least you know what not to do. I mean, I did call the damn thing happy accidents after all, so keeps everybody else from getting into trouble. Well, keeps everybody else out of trouble somewhat. All right. Still got to deal with these horns and his nails. All right, let me see. Let that dry. I know exactly how I'm going to do that black. I'm going to need, this is that peach. Cool bisque, yeah, that'll work. Cool story, bro. Pink or skin tone. And I can hit it with a linen, and it should look like skin. definitely going to have to hit this with a linen, just take that brightness out of it. Creepy ass shit. There's naughty list, and then there's this poor kid locked up in a knapsack on the back of some crazy stranger's back. Kind of naughty list. So, Sheree, anything good happened last night on ABL, or did I miss much? Like, have I been missing much for the past couple weeks, or has it just been kind of same shit, different day? Cool. All right, time to find that linen. By Menon. Oh. I always said same shit, bigger pile or different pile. So any like new people or any new trolls or anything interesting? Like just good old Shaquille Oatmeal, I guess still in there, hanging in there. Yeah, it definitely works, right? Same shit, different pile. Damn. There we go. The other side. Those little hands creeping out of that bag. Well, that's cool. Um, boom, boom, boomhauer. Yeah. What about Alien? He still calling in, or has he been kind of on the quiet front? Because he was like, ABL was using him as like final caller for a while there, and then I don't know, like it was like he wouldn't even answer the phone for him after a minute. Well, who's all missing? I mean, I know Devin's been crazy busy, but I'm pretty sure she's still in there. Beans is probably still in there. Mister Sick. Okay, good, 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 good. Wait, Bina and Sick are missing? That's odd. I mean, I know Sick watches other stuff. I haven't heard from Sick since before Thanksgiving, I think. Whenever I did that pyramid head, whenever I did the pyramid head paint job, he never showed up for that show. I had to send it to him in Discord and show him after the fact. Yeah, I hear you. Still weird. Hope Bina's all right. Yeah, Bob's. I don't know. I can't say anything bad about him. Can't say anything good about him. He's always just kind of been there. All right. What do we got left for you, buddy? I think I'm gonna go a tiny bit of brown, maybe. Yeah, that seems correct. Huh? Maybe she's just every now and again she would take a break from like social media and shit. So it could be that. I don't know. Like I said, like even the AVL Discord or whatever, I'm not in there anymore. I kind of got. I don't know if it was an accident or an on purpose boot, but I'm not in it. So I have no idea what happened there because it doesn't seem like there's any animosity between me and anybody else. So I have no idea. But yeah, you know what? You are the only mod on that channel, aren't you? That's fucked up. Like, I mean, here, okay. But ABL's got like a couple thousand people watching him. Here, you just got me. Me and like maybe five other people watching at a time, 10 other people sometimes. But it's small potatoes. Come on. Damn, acrylic dries so damn quick. I think I'm gonna go blood on the bone. Yeah, I mean, she takes breaks here and there. She she's good people, but she gets flighty at times, or she gets pissy, or she gets somebody pisses her off, and then she'll go away for a little bit. She'll come back, but give her time. Like I said, she's good people. She'll be back. I'm sure. God damn. I mean, I'll be around. I know I had that discussion with Devin already, where she thought like I just didn't want to be around everybody, and I was like, nah, I'm kind of going through my own shit right now, and just radio silent for a week. Oh shit! What's up, Dakota? How are you? Well, don't jinx it, Shrey. Dakota is Smurfs. Well, call her Smurfette. That's the best way of, of calling it. Well, cool. Very cool. So, yeah, your dad was telling me you guys still haven't pulled off the Liberty Falls Easter egg yet, huh? It's fucked up. Smurf and I, playing video games all our fucking lives, and what happens? Smurf's like, okay, Dakota's gonna play with us. All right, sweet. Dakota fucking like out outshot all of us by like, I'm gonna say like if we each killed 1,000 zombies, she killed like 5,000. It was like unbelievable. She just beat our asses. Yeah, no, don't give me that. No, you were hitting all the damn criticals. I kind of like the black. I'm just debating on what I want to do with them. Like, do I want to go? Like, the black is kind of fucking creepy. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I want to leave it like that though. Yeah, I heard she's fucking outstanding at Rocket League too. I mean, it's bad enough I try to play Rocket League with you. You go up in the air and dribble the ball and all kind. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, I felt like I was Pee Wee Herman in a motorcycle race. Like it was terrible. Damn, what the hell color? I'm debating this so hard. Do I want to go in with like a bone color, or do I want to go in with? Do I just want to leave them black? Like the black definitely punches and makes it look darker. But let me see. Pull up the damn tablet, see if I can't find like classic versions of the damn Krampus. Because this is more of a modern iteration. You put a rocket up my ass, I still couldn't fly. Um, Krampus. Let's see. Well, cool. Dakota, sub to me. Help me out here. I suck at life. Jesus Christ. I think I'm going to leave those horns black. I think I'm just going to blacken them more. Check this out, guys. This is like the original posting of what the Krampus looked like. Look at that shit. What's that say? Frus vom Krampus. Like, look at that evil son of a bitch. He's going to eat that little boy. Which squishmallow are you? What the hell's a squishmallow? What the fuck am I on? Holy shit. Yeah, here's another one. Blow that one up. I mean, he's got red horns here. But he's going to club the fuck out of that little kid. Like, look at that shit. This guy ain't fucking around. That's some terrifying shit right there. And we got like... There's the Austrian version. Kind of looks like Smurf when he's like... He's really stoned. Yeah, he does have black horns. Yeah, I mean, that's... Just imagine. Like, oh, were you a good child or a bad child? If you're a good child, you get a sweet. Bad child, I beat you with a fucking stick, shove you in a sack, and then we're taking you off to hell. Yeah, I had to... Fuck. Talk about making your kids behave. Alright. Yeah, we're gonna go black with these. You know what? Let's go shiny black with them now. I'll make the lantern silver. So it pops a little. Shiny black it is. Sequin black. Alright, here we go. Oh, I'm gonna have to clean the hell out of this brush. That's some angry black horns. Damn. Can you imagine if we only had the Krampus in America and like no Santa Claus? And it just like legit was the Krampus. Like I want an iPod. I want to not get put in the bag and drugged to hell. Were you a good boy this year or a bad boy? I was a bad boy. Please do not hit me with the club. This is not good. I mean, looking at that club and the way he was beating those children or about to beat the shit out of them, I don't think he should have been called the Krampus. I think he should have been called the Pimpus. And he has the pimp stick that he smacks you with. Good Lord. Some terrifying shit. Evil, evil man. You know, Christmas Mass has to be confusing to a child. Now that I'm thinking about this, you know, candy canes, a guy in a red suit carrying a bag full of toys, and then you go to Christmas Mass, and there's a dude strung up on a cross, just bleeding from his rib cage, and all janked up with a crown of thorns on his head. Like that's got to screw a kid up. Like, oh yeah, it's that dude's birthday. Like what? How did we go from a happy dude in a red suit that's passing out toys and writing naughty and nice list to a guy who's had the shit beat out of him and crucified? How does this work? I wouldn't even know how to explain it. How do you even begin to explain it? Horns are definitely getting shiny though. I like shiny. Going to the fingernails the same way, I think. Get them finger claws nice and sequin black. And that creepiness. Definitely looks like those horns would hurt if he rammed you with them. They actually made a movie. I want to say it was called like Fragile Imports or something like this. It's a Finnish movie, and it has the Krampus in it, frozen in ice, and like all his little minions are like Santa Claus. Like it's fucking weird, but it was like a Finnish film. And a little bit more right here. Do. It's like one of the best. I swear, some of the foreign films, like one of the best vampire movies I ever saw, was called "Let the Right One In." That was like a Swedish film. There's this other one that was like a found footage film called Troll Hunter. That was pretty damn epic. Uh, Some of those foreign films are fantastic. It's fucked up because I'm like painting his fingernails, and all I can think of is big Bugs Bunny with Gossamer, the big orange hair monster, sitting there going, "Okay," it like starts giving him a manicure, and he's like, "Okay, well, tell me about your day." He's like buffing him and everything. Damn, those are definitely some serious ass fingernails. It's a shame he doesn't have the tongue shooting out like the other one. Oh shit! I still got to do his eyeballs too. Oh, fingernails in there. What is that? Those his no, his fingernails here. So what is this? Just a support, or is that actually part of the model? You know what? I better not point with a loaded brush. That's exactly what that is. That's a support. And that's a support as well. And one more. I say, because his nails are curled around the lantern thing. Yep, got him. All right. So what do we got left? We got a lantern and we got some eyeballs. And ever since I learned that damn trick about the going ridiculous red with yellow in the center, definitely liking the look of those eyeballs on anything evil. Just gives me the fucking creeps. It's a good thing. All right. The lantern. I think I'm gonna go. I don't want to go gold, but I'm thinking a brass or maybe this brown. Let's take a look. Let's see if I like the way this brown lays on there. Yep, that'll work. gentle with the damn metallics. I think definitely they dry super fast. And they look nice when they dry, but I got to be careful not to layer too much on because it will just wipe out the entire shape of the model. And that doesn't even include painting the damn inside panes. What we got is that's another one that's been missing lately, to be honest with you, is Danny Boss. I hope they didn't like arrest him for, speaking out online about his situation over in the UK. I haven't seen him in a while. I haven't talked to my buddy Twisted online in a while either. Sure he's about though. He's always about. Then there's Smurf's best friend that he ever played video games with, Godfather. Two of them were tight. Damn. Yeah, well, Danny Boss not calling in is no shocker. I knew Smurf was going to laugh about that Godfather comment. By far the biggest one of the biggest assholes I have ever met while playing video games is a guy named Godfather. For anybody who has never played games with Smurf and I, the only other person that I could throw at Smurf, um, that definitely makes everybody laugh is if I talked about a guy named North. That's like Smurf's like next favorite player next to Godfather. Oh, the hell was that? More support, really? Yeah, I mean, Danny, well, you got to figure, Sheree, like, it's late as fuck for Danny. Like, I was always happy whenever you'd watch this stream because he would drop in and, like, hang out or whatever for hours and hours and hours. And I was like, God damn, dude, I know how late it is because there's one dude I play with, that dude, David. He's on British time too, and it'll be like the sun's coming up and the birds are singing and he's playing a game with us and we're like, God damn, buddy, get some rest. It's okay. And as long as they haven't arrested him and taken him away, I'm all right with it. Oof. The women are demanding his voice. Well, can't somebody else call up with a British accent? All right. He is, I don't think he's looking bad. Actually, looking kind of fucking creepy. I mean, these look white on the camera, but they're like flesh tone. Oh, yeah, that's right. That one British dude did, and you're not wrong. Everybody did kind of hate him. All right. I'm going to try and shoot for the moon here. And if I hit the sky, I'll be all right. Hopefully, this works out the way I want it to. I don't think it's going to, but I got to give this shit a shot. Yeah, I forgot about that stuff. Oh, that is a bright yellow. Oh, I'm going to have to go over the brass again, aren't I? Probably should have painted the center first. But I want it kind of streaky in there because then I will put in the. Mm, because then I'm going to put a dark center to it. But I just want to get in here with like bright ass yellow and fill up the panel. Looks like something is illuminating. Oof. Oof. Yeah, this is definitely a bit sketch. I can't believe it's going to be Christmas soon. I honestly cannot believe how much time has flown by. Oh, you got to be shitting me. How the hell am I supposed to hit that panel? Or that panel? God damn it. Painting them upside down. Hopefully that's rough enough. I need. Where's my little? No. Yeah. Need that. Jesus. I have not fucked this one up yet, but that paint job just might fuck up the whole thing if I'm not careful. Hopefully this blends exactly like I think it's going to blend. And it didn't, of course. Oh, wait, yeah, it did. Oh, I'm just throwing shit now. Definitely going to have to hit that brass again, though. Kind of sucks. But I think with the orange in there, should pull just enough of the yellow where I've got that. Actually looks like a little too much orange on that window, but hopefully be able to pull the right effect with it once I hit the brass over again. See, it's holding up like a creepy ass thing. I'll hit the yellow again on top of it. Hopefully that'll blur it out. This is Then I'll hit the yellow on top again, and that should give me the right blend effect. I just got to give it a second to chill out and dry the rest of the way because I kind of put that orange on there a bit wet. We'll get that shit just nailed out, and then I can hit it with brass, and then I think we can call this one pretty much done. I think I pulled off the effect I kind of wanted with them. But like I said, that brass is, I've got to touch that up big time. Little brass panels on the lantern. Let's see what we got. Yep. I should be pulling like candlelight from a lantern. Could add a little red in there if I wanted, but I think that would be a little overkill on it. I think even just going back in with yellow might be a little overkill. You know, I got to start putting the actual models I'm using and the links to them in the description so people can print them out. Nice and easy. Gotta be careful, I'm dragging the pigment. Okay, cool. That gave me like a 3D fire effect or a light effect. Oh, almost done. He doesn't look like the picture. Picture looks so much cooler. What can I say? For an amateur, dumb motherfucker like me, didn't come out too bad. And that means if this asshole can do it, any asshole can do it. That's kind of where I'm at with it. If I can do this shit, anybody can do this shit. Which is, thanks, Shrek. You're always like, you are like just a monument of encouragement. You are a monument to encouragement and DTS FA. All right, time to tighten up his brass lantern. I'm gonna shove this right in your brass. Matter of fact, I'm gonna have to go to the tiny brush for this. Well, not exactly tiny, but in the bottom of that damn lantern. Definitely painful. thing with these sides. I don't even know if you guys can see what the angles I'm hitting at. There's like this little tiny ledge at the bottom of the window. Just gotta gently touch. And if I don't, I will paint the window in. Oh. Roll them this way. Even though that looks sloppy back there, cleaned up nice. There we go. I think that's got him. I think that's actually got him. You like that, Smurf? Yeah. I was just looking. This one's got to get done soon. I gotta eat that or else. You didn't tell me, Smurf. Do you want me to just mail this bad boy to you? Do you want me to print a second one and mail him to you, like base painted, or like I don't know if you want to paint it yourself or you want me to paint it? Because this one is that I gotta send you a Christmas present. We always exchange Christmas well, we started exchanging Christmas presents, so I definitely gotta send you one. But yeah, let's get a look at them. Oh, come on, I can get a better angle than that. Kind of want to twist them up like this. Maybe he's better off on his side. That's the best way to land him. What can I use to hold him in place? All right, I'll paint it. I'll paint it on the stream then. Damn. Yeah. That's what we're looking at. the little kid, like with the, like I said, the hands look like super white for some reason, but they're not. They're like skin toned. Yeah, I think he came out all right. Old Mr. Krampus here. See, pop that up like that maybe. What can I put there? One of those down. Yeah, it works. Oh no, he ain't fucking done. Shit. I just realized what the fuck I forgot. Like an asshole. Ugh. Ah, snap the whole fingers for this one. I better. I gotta bust out the micro painters for this shit. All right, here we go. Let's hope I don't fuck this up. Oh. I knew something was fucked up with him. I'm like, there's something missing here. And now he's like sitting up on his. I think this Krampus might be alive because what the hell? Oh, all right. Now for the biggest bitch of this. As long as I get them placed in the right area, this brush cleaned off. I'm super delicate about these like micro painters. Like I mean, tip on this thing. Like the one that I call the small brush, there's the tip on it versus the tip on this. Like this thing's like an eyelash. All right. One of them. Here we go. I got one shot at this. Oh, I think I landed him. Yeah, I definitely think I landed him. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That means there's only one thing. I think I'm going to go ballsy with this. I'm going to expand that pupil a little bit more on the right. Well, the iris anyway, on the left and the right. Thank you, Dakota. Now here's the fucking bitch. Ready to get ballsy? Here's the ballsy part. No, I got one in there. Getting the second one in is not easy. The paint dried too quick. There we go. Let's see. Let me get this thing cleaned out real quick. Because I don't want that tip to dry. I think I actually just like the yellow in there. So I might just go back to just pure yellow. Let me see. Yeah, I like the yellow in there just by itself. Try to give him like an actual black pupil on the yellow. And it does not work. Oh my god. And then I do that shit. Oh, 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 that's awful. Oh, you fool. I was able to save it at least. All right, let's try that again. This time with feeling. Got my red back in. It's just time to get that yellow in there. Dude, that miss, that little slip, it was like, oh, oh no, what have you done? Why would you do this, fool? A little bit more. Almost. Problem is the acrylic dries super, super fast when you're using such a tiny, tiny amount and the pigment's big on it. Oh, I got it. There it is. Creepy as shit. Yeah, I got it back though. I did. I just did the same damn thing that I had the first time. I just made it a little creepier. I got it a little brighter on the yellow the second time out, but the red's still there. But yeah, yeah, like I told you I'm gonna go ballsy with this. I'm gonna try something and see if I can't pull this shit off. And I try to put a little black pupil in the center of that yellow. And man, did that shit bite me right in the fucking ass, didn't it? But yeah, there you go. He is done. It's smoke 30. Smoke a cigarette right around 12:30. That ain't terrible. Be up at fucking like 6 in the morning. I think it's funny too, because like, oh look, what's up, Forever? How are you, man? Thank you, Sheree. Thank you. I'm actually kind of happy with this one. Um, I think it came together all right. Thought I was fucked at the end there. Like Smurf said it best. I got right to that finish line, and then instead of punching it home, I fucked around and almost found out. Oh, oh my god. I'm actually happy with the way the lantern looks too. I was afraid that was gonna shit the bed for a minute there. Yeah, it works. And I still get a kick out of the little kid's hand in the background coming out of the. It's like one. I swear that's like my favorite part of the damn model or the print is that little kid's hand coming out of that backpack, out of that bag on his back. Oh, nice. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate the hell out of that. I appreciate the hell out of all you guys. Oh, I had this conversation with Smurf offline, and I'll make everybody privy to it. And I think maybe Dakota might have been in our Xbox party when we were talking about it. And I was like, man, streaming, the biggest bitch of it is trying to figure out what the hell you're going to talk about because I started at 8 o'clock. It's almost 12:30, so 4.5 hours. What the fuck am I going to talk about for 4.5 hours? So sometimes you get all looped up and everything else, and you say stupid shit because you're talking for 4.5 hours. So if I ever say stupid shit, just tell me I'm saying stupid shit because I've been talking for too long. Well, I mean, and this is the shout out to everybody who watches because, like you said, I keep the conversation going. No, sure, right. You guys keep the conversation going. You throw something at me, I can sit there, react to it, kind of talk on it as best I can, unless I don't know jack or shit about it. In which case, I'll usually tell you I don't know jack or shit about that, but I'll take a crack at it and not crack like Hunter Biden smoked. Um, Speaking of that whole pardon shit. What happens if they launch? So I wonder what's going to fucking happen with all that. I wonder what kind of bones are going to come flying out of that closet. Like what skeletons in there? Oh, you need a Discord. Hold on a second. I'll get that for it. I forgot all about the putting the damn Discord link in there. That's my bad. Let's see. Invite people. Copy. And do 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 do. There you go. There's the link to the Discord. I just dropped it in the chat. And I'll drop it again just in case. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm of two minds on it. I think I said this earlier too. I can't remember. My brain kind of goes to mush about this time of the stream. But if it's your kid, you know, outside of them like being a savage murderer and shit like this, you should pardon them. You know, like if you got the power to get your child out of trouble, regardless if they are a 50 fucking plus year old man, eh, you know, like I can't blame them for that one. But the big thing to me is it's the amount of time that he nailed him out for. He nailed him out from 2014 up till current, right? So any crimes committed in there, well, that means money laundering and everything else. I'll be honest with you, if I was in the DOJ and I really wanted to go after Joe Biden, I would watch because the next person he's going to pardon is probably going to be his brother, right? He'll pardon his brother for any crimes, blah, 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 blah. The one I would wait and see if he pardons, and if he doesn't, it would be the one I would investigate the shit out of, would be Jill Biden. I'd be like, okay, motherfucker, well, you missed one, and I'm picking that family member off, and I'm just gonna like, because now your brother and your son both have to testify in court what they know. They lose their Fifth Amendment rights. They can't because they're forgiven for the crime, and I would just like literally go after Jill Biden. And then not even to get Jill Biden, just to get the other two to testify to what exactly fucking happened so I could take down Joe Biden. But that's just me. Like I'm just an evil asshole like that, I guess. You know, but I'll tell you what, it like I said, the father son part, I can understand. Till the time I, die, my kids are always going to be my fucking kids, and it is what it is. And I wouldn't put them in a situation in which Joe put Hunter in, but it's all about the money and them skating away with the money and no criminal charges against them. It literally is rules for me, but not for thee. And it definitely put everybody in a bad light, so to speak. It also gave Donald Trump the ability to pardon whoever the fuck, because Donald Trump, to be fair, he definitely 110%, regardless. If you say Roger Stone, okay, maybe Roger Stone deserved it, maybe he didn't, but legitimately, they kind of went after him because of Trump, right? But Jared Kushner's father, who Trump pardoned on his first term, that's a whole different matter. That dude fucking like basically rooked a bunch of people out of their life savings. Like it was like a mini Bernie Madoff, if you know who that is. So I think that's kind of fucked. I'm not gonna lie. Like I'm not gonna lie at all. I think that one was kind of fucked up that he pardoned him. I would have let him rot. But presidents are gonna president, and they're gonna take care of their own. I just think it's going to be interesting going forward, like because we still have another month. Well, no, more than a month. What are we looking at? 25 days left in December. So 45 days left. And it's going to be interesting because I know when they asked the secretary about it, she said something like along the lines of expect more pardons to come out. So it's going to be interesting to see who else he pardons and what their fucking actual crimes are. Because you know that, like, anybody that gets a presidential pardon or needs one has done something that's criminal. Yeah, and that's just it. You're not wrong, Smurf. It shows you how corrupt they actually are. Like, oh, there's nothing to see here, folks, except for we're going to need presidential pardons for some reason, when nobody has any evidence. But I think that's because all the shit that they found that they're sitting on, once the new administration gets in and whoever Trump picks, if all his picks get through and all that, and they go in there, that's the first shit they're going to grab is like, oh, this, that, and the other thing. Yeah, I mean, but as far as the father son thing, I don't blame him for pardoning his son, but it also it shows just how corrupt those motherfuckers are. Like, I'll tell you another one that's gonna like this is one that I think could happen as far as presidential pardons go. And if it does happen, we're all gonna know just how fucked up everything is. If he says Nancy Pelosi is pardoned, everybody's going to be like, what the fuck is she being pardoned for? Well, insider trading, of course, but I don't know that they have to list the crimes for which they're pardoned. I think they just have to say you're pardoned, and it just like covers all the crimes the way he did it. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. You see how it censored Smurf's comment, right? It just shows how corrupt the Bidens are, right? But it censored it. That's why I keep the chat in my video feed, because then there's actually a running record that YouTube like tries to flag it out. If it flags out of the main feed, there's major problems. But something's been going on where I don't have it coming up on my tablet like in my little feed, but on the main screen, I can 110% see Smurf's comment. That should worry everybody too. Like we're coming to an end of censorship, and people are going to lose their ever fucking loving minds when they can say things that they haven't been able to say. Yeah, see Smurf, like do you see your comment on like the actual video screen, and then if you look in the live chat, your comment isn't there? It's not because my shit's set on top chat. It's on live chat, so all chat goes through. Oh, where the hell? Damn. Yeah, it just like I said, I don't know what it is. I don't know why they censor it. Like what you're not allowed to do. We're still in America. Like and that's the other thing I'm looking forward to. Hopefully everybody changes their laws as far as like YouTube and all that shit where it actually matches the Constitution of the United States the same way that fucking Twitter changed their shit up when Elon Musk bought it. I think I think that's where we're headed, which is fine because I for the most part talk just like I don't know, like a normal fucking person, I think. I swear a little too much, but I do that in real life too. Just ask Smurf, especially when we get on a good run and I fuck things up. Yeah, like, and that's one of those other things. I don't discourage anybody. Like, if somebody was in here and they're a Biden supporter, or a Kamala supporter, or a Democrat, or whatever, they're more than welcome to be on this channel. They're more than welcome to say you're wrong and this is why, and call me out and stuff like that. I'm not going to disparage them. They're allowed to that opinion. I'm going to tell you why I think it's bullshit, and they can tell me why they think I'm bullshit. But you're still allowed to your opinion. I'm not going to silence you and be like, "Oh, you got to kick that person out." Fuck that. If I can sit through fucking theories about flat Earth and about fucking the Great Reset, then you know what I mean. Like whatever other theory you want to come up with, I'm I'm fine. You're welcome to say your piece. But I swear to God, I don't think there's too many people that watch me that literally don't just have common sense and just see the world for what it is either. I think everybody that watches me kind of watches it for a brain break and to watch me paint shit like this guy right here. Well, that's just it. That was my big fear, Sheree, and that's part of the reason why I stopped watching ABL for a minute there was because I started to see the chat become the inverse of the other side. Like everybody started like Shaquille Oatmeal, as much of a douche as he is, and like tries to get a rise out of people and all that with some of the stuff he says. I watch people like say shit to him that I was like, damn, dude, like I like to break his balls, but you just gone hateful on that man. Like I was like, God damn, you know? It just I felt bad for him. Like I did. That's why I started being nice to him because I literally was watching people just light into him. But it wasn't just like one person like answering back like, yo, don't be an asshole. It was more like 25 people dogpiling him and all saying the same thing. And it reminded me of watching a bunch of people on the left when somebody says something and they all start point at that person and start yelling hate speech at them and shit. And you're like, what the fuck is this? Like, don't circle, just one person take the piss out of him and call it a day because he's going to shut the fuck up. Oh yeah, and he does throw a match in too, Sheree. Don't like there are times where I'm just like, well, you deserve to get punched in the mouth, like. But then there's other times where I'm like, yo, you guys are just hating on him to hate. Like, you got to calm down with that shit. Not good for anybody. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm the same way. If I'll stick up for you, even if it's like, look, he's entitled to his opinion and stuff like that. But if you fucking like, if you're gonna sit there and stand behind me and like put your middle finger up over my shoulder and be like, yo, fuck you, you can't touch me and all, I'm just gonna get it the fuck out of the way and let him beat your ass to death. Like, you deserved it at that point, you idiot. Oh, good Lord. Well, guys, I think I'm going to call it a stream. I got to get up early, go to a dental appointment, and all that fun shit. Um, I might hop on Zombies real quick with Smurf and Dakota and see if we can't pull off the Liberty Falls Easter egg. But I appreciate you guys. And, thank you so much. I do appreciate each and every one of you, even if you just for taking 5 minutes and just dropping in and saying, hey, what's up? Or sitting here for a whole stream. Like, I appreciate you guys putting up with me and dealing with me and hanging in there. And it's always hopefully a fun time. 6! Well, the dentist is going to give me a ton of shit, but that's a whole different story. Um, but yeah, guys, I'm going to call it a night here. And I'll be back next Thursday. And I'm probably going to work on Conan for Smurf. I think that's what's next. I got to see if I can't get his skin tones right and stuff like that. I'm going to have to think about it because that's going to be an odd mix for Conan because he's tan, but he's a honky like me. So we'll see how that works. But in the meantime, thank you everybody, and everybody have a good night. Enjoy your weekend, and until next time, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, everybody.